En. To. Tre. Fire. 5. Seks. Sju. Ja. Åtte. To. Ja. Ja. To. Ja. Ja. To. Ja. To. Ja. To. To. Ja. To. Ja.
We start in 2 minutes. Please find your seats.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Since 2014, we have observed a dramatic escalation of tensions, culminating in Russia's invasion of Ukraine on 22nd of February last year. This war, the many more forgotten wars that may not always make the headlines, and in particular, the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, disproportionately affect innocent civilians, particularly children. The Russia-Ukraine conflict extends beyond the immediate suffering of the people in the involved nations. It has affected their neighbors, and we have witnessed how it has changed the security and foreign policies of Europe, and had implications for geopolitics. These shifts underscore the importance of nuanced, informed research, especially for Norway, given our shared border with Russia and joint resource management. The research on Russia at NUPI has been ongoing since the 1990s. And the annual Russia conference is one of NUPI's flagship conferences. The issues we discuss today are not just academic. They are real, they are pressing, and they have the potential implications for the people living in the affected areas, but also for the future of international relations. Following Minister of Foreign Affairs Espen Barth Eide's opening address, project leader and NUPI professor Julie Wilhelmsen will introduce the conference topic. The day's schedule includes 3 sessions, concluding at 12:30. 2 more practical notes. First, the seminar is being streamed live, and second, lunch will be served after the seminar at 12:30. So to everyone gathered here at Centralen, and to those joining us virtually, I hereby warmly welcome you to the 2023 Russia Conference. And now, without further ado, I'm pleased to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Espen Barth Eide.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Kari, dear Julia, dear everybody here, it's fantastic for me to be here again at one of NUPI's flagship events. Many of us worked together at NUPI when this conference was shaped. And as you said, Kari, there has been research on Russia. But also Norway and Russia in the world, and Russia's international presence at NUPI for 30 years or more. Well, more, of course, but the Russia Center was established, I think, in '95. And that is really one of the key sources of insight and knowledge about Russia in Norway. But I have to say that thankfully in this country we have been able to uphold a significant academic, diplomatic, organizational, intel focus on Russia, where many countries lost interest for some years when everybody turned Russia experts into learning Arabic and going other places on the planet. We, as a neighbor, maintain a strong focus, which has served us well in many occasions. And we have to. We are a neighbor of Russia. We are a founding member of NATO. We are deeply embedded with European security and what's going on in and around Russia, particularly, of course, in Ukraine these days, is in many ways the defining issue in European security, and important, if not the defining issue, in global security. So this really matters to us, and we need to understand, we need to reflect, we need to understand better what is going on. And I think it's a no-brainer to say that an era of deep peace is over. It's been over for many years, at least since 2014. Some people would say maybe 2008, Georgia, or even before. And I think it's also fair to say that it took some time before we really came to grips with how different today's world is from the post-Cold War world, the very long 1990s, which lasted more than a decade, but which was really the defining era of many of us when we kind of started to understand that the world was fundamentally different from the Cold War again. So a few words on that trajectory from me in order to inspire a good conversation here today. When the Berlin Wall, last week we celebrated 34 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, not very long after the Soviet Union declared that it dissolved itself, and the trajectory was started where many of the countries that we as NATO countries used to see as potential adversaries became not only friends but actually part of us, with the expansion into the Baltic states and former what we used to call East European countries. We saw the broadening of NATO, broadening of EU, and an expansion of what was our close partnership going fast and in many ways remarkably well. I remember when the Cold War ended, there were these two opposing poles of analysis. One was John Mersheimer. Some people would remember his article, "We Will Soon Miss the Cold War," where the argument was that the Cold War closed many conflicts which would now be reopened, and we would have Yugoslavia or the Balkans all over. Everywhere because of inability to manage change from authoritarian rule to modern Western rule. That was predominantly wrong, not totally wrong, but predominantly wrong. And on the other hand, the more sort of celebrational idea that history is over, that the grand battle between systems were won by the Western economic and political system, and that was once and for all. And and history was over, which was of course obviously also definitely wrong. So after that we had a very interesting 30 years. First with a sense that with the Yeltsin era in Russia, we would, I think many of us, maybe naively, but many of us believe that Yeltsin Russia was like a well-intended but somewhat chaotic state that was on the in a long trajectory to becoming more or less like us, in a sense like a large Poland or something like that, that just took a little longer. And then but then already when Putin took over in around the turn of the millennium, we saw new tones. And in my own personal experience, one of the first expressions I remember of a new tone in Russia's attitude to the West was when I was, as a young state secretary in my current ministry, was chairing an OSCE ministerial meeting in Hofburg in Austria in December 2000. This is now 23 years ago, where when Igor Ivanov, the then foreign minister, took the floor, he said that Russia had been very excited by the idea of turning the CSE into OSCE and thought this would be a great organization for states, respecting states and borders and so on, but now he saw that it has all this integrated into something dealing with human security and everything less interesting, and this was not what Russia wanted. And then he actually stood up and left the conference and did not come back. So that was an early sign of discontent on the Russian side. We didn't really take that seriously at the time. 7 years later, I had the pleasure of sitting 2 rows behind President Putin when he was going to give his famous speech in Munich at the Munich Security Conference, where I saw him writing intensely with his fountain pen on his speech, normally a very sort of contained behavior, but here very actively and very engaged, probably trying to strengthen the message. And the message was, you moved the goalpost when we were weak. We are not weak any longer, and yet means niet. But if you want to have a strategic architecture where Russia is respected, we will welcome it. And a third anecdote a little bit earlier is the shift in American and Western attitudes that we saw between the 1990s, where we had the Nunlugar, where we had several attempts to move forward on. We got the CFE, we got serious disarmament efforts, we got a significant reduction of nuclear weapons and so on. And then with the Bush era, when I remember a lunch in 2001 in our embassy in Washington, D.C. with Richard Pearl, who was a key influencer of the early Bush administration. This is before 9/11, so it's the spring of 2001. And they had decided to scrap the ABM treaty, and I said, well, I understand you want to scrap the ABM treaty. What if you went to Moscow first and said, should we scrap it together and declare that this is something we as the former superpowers now do not need any longer? And then he paused for a few seconds and said, Espen, I understand the argument, but we don't want to make them feel important, so we will not do that. So there's also been, something about how we have been managing this and what we have picked up of the developments in Russia. This does not excuse anything that happened later, but it's part of the broader story, which is worth reflecting upon. And then, of course, after Putin's speech in Munich, the year later, we got the Georgia war, which in many ways was created, made in Georgia, but capitalized on by Putin very effectively. And there's a direct line from that to 2014 and Crimea and what happened later. And what we see now is a very, very different relationship and a very different development inside Russia, with a more and more authoritarian system emerging. It's already authoritarian, but becoming more authoritarian. We're seeing a very dramatic war, which is right now in a very complex state, where you have entrenched positions, almost a First World War-like situation in eastern Ukraine, where progress is very limited, and where because sort of the almost eternal rule that it's you need more forces to attack than to defend if you have entrenched yourself, that we have a static position that we don't really know how to get out of. What I do want to say is that if we want to get out of it, we need to maintain solid long-term support for Ukraine, because whatever happens has to happen from a position of strength, and a position of strength from Ukraine Ukraine can only maintain that internally if it also has the solid backing of its Western partners, which it has. And it's a very key point for me to say here today, where most of the media attention, most of the cameras and most of the news have gone to Gaza for understandable reasons, that there is no let-up in the support to Ukraine, there's no change. We have a universal vote in Parliament. Every party has supported the Nansen package, which is not only very solid in volume, civilian and military support, but also in time, because it's a 5-year commitment which will continue come what may. That's part of our very solid contribution to upholding the independence and freedom of Ukraine. And we do, of course, also think about what happens next, because it is very important not only that Ukraine prevails in the sense that it will be able to defend itself as emerge as a free, independent, sovereign country, but also that it does so in a democratic, pluralist manner. And I think we should already now, in the interest of Ukrainians, but also in the interest of Europe at large, start thinking and work with people in Ukraine about, how do you actually prepare for the transition from a state of war, where in a state of war you necessarily need to have some discipline, some order, some clear direction, some unity in order to win the war. But how do you transform that into a sort of post-war situation where Ukraine is logically integrated into Euro-Atlantic formal structures, but also culturally, politically becoming a part of us? And we also need to think about how we deal with Russia after this, because every war always ends. We don't know when. It may take a long time, but suddenly it's there, and then we are in a new situation that we need to think about. Then, of course, we have, as Kari mentioned, as a neighbor, we have ongoing relations with Russia, which we need to have. I'm happy to say that despite of everything else that's going on, we were able to recently to close a new fisheries agreement. We can only continue to maintain healthy fish stocks in the Barents Sea if we cooperate, because the fish knows no borders, so they go back and forth, and it has to be managed jointly. We still do. Much of what we established in the 1990s is now gone or in deep hibernation, but we want to uphold the possibility of getting back to some of what we had. So right now we're managing, not developing our relations, but on some key elements they are still on as they need to be. Right now we have the chairship, as we now call it, of the Arctic Council. And the Arctic Council, of course, was also one of these children of the 90s, that we thought that all circumpolar states, all the states around the Arctic would be able to cooperate freely and openly. It was actually one of those bodies that lasted longest against the threat of geopolitical intrusion from other issues. But in the end, it was not possible to uphold it in its old form. But we have decided a program of our chairship which is focusing on issues that are, number one, important in and by themselves, but also themes that it should still be possible to work on, at least to some degree, which is Arctic climate, ocean issues, environmental issues, people issues, much more than, for instance, trade and that kind of issues. So we're managing a continued Arctic Council focus, but of course much of what will go on there will be with much less involvement from the Russian side than what we have been used to. Lastly, I have to say that we need also to follow with an open and honest conversation what's going on the global level. And I want to say something that at least the Norwegian readers can see in today's Dagens Næringsliv, where I have an op-ed making the following point. when I grew up, there was no doubt in my head that I was part of the West, with whom we traded, whom we took inspiration from, what music we listened to was all Western, because the community we were part of was clearly Western. The end of the Cold War seemed, as I said, as the triumph of the West. But then there were some, we lost the decade, there were some worrying signs. We got Brexit, we got Donald Trump, we got sort of, more introspection, what is actually this Western project. And it might have seemed from Russia that the West was weak. Now, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the West actually woke up. The West became again a meaningful concept. Europe and America, with now Biden at the head of the US, and strong unity, with few exceptions in Europe, was able to sort out very dramatic challenges like the energy crisis that came from the end of massive Russian gas exports to Europe. Norway played a role in that, of course, together with Azerbaijan and others, in replacing some of that export of gas to Europe. The green transition in Europe was accelerated by possibly 10 years because of massive investments in renewables that reduces the need for import. We were able to manage significant shocks in supply systems, for instance, price shocks, which I think, seen from Moscow, should have destabilized the West, but actually it brought more unity. So the West came well out of the first year and a half of war in Ukraine, and it still does when it comes to Ukraine. However, we have to recognize that what's happening now in Gaza and what's happening in the Middle East is now challenging this, because the almost universal rejection of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, where we saw from the early votes in the UN General Assembly, where I think Russia was supported by, by Syria, Iran, Eritrea, and North Korea, and I think that's more or less this, is almost now in reverse if you look at the votes that are going on in the same body around Gaza. So there's a serious question now whether we will uphold the moral superiority that was developed during the focus on Ukraine after Gaza. This is a challenge, I think, to the West, how we show that we are able to uphold our principles regardless of who are violating them. Because in a sense, it's a no-brainer to criticize somebody you're already against for violating international norms. It's harder to do it with people you are typically friends with, but it's actually when you really show whether these norms are for real. And this matters because it is not only a question of unity inside of the West over Ukraine and whatever else going on around Russia, it's also what the global landscape looks like. And I see BRICS emerging stronger. I see that countries that are questioning the normative superiority of the West are becoming more and more active, and it's a murky picture. And I'm absolutely certain that this is also seen from other parts of the planet outside of the West, and this is something we need to take into account when we try to understand our relationship in NATO, with the EU, towards Russia, over Ukraine, and in a very fast evolving international circumstance. So in order to have a facts-based and inspired and knowledge-based foreign policy, we need arenas like this. I encourage everybody to take active part, to raise questions, to say the things you may not have said yet, and to really address this so that we can be even more informed when we make choices in a murky, complicated world where we believe, as Norway, that we need to stand up for some key principles which are of universal value and which would, if they were followed, would make the world into a better place. And that is also a framework for a discussion on Russia. And I thank you very much for the attention, and I wish you a very good conference.
So first of all, thank you very, very much, Espen Barth Eide, for sharing those very wise, I would say, perspectives. It's very comforting to think that it's possible to have such political leadership in these times. Now, I would also like to say thank you for everybody who are here, because some of us have been working pretty hard to get here. So I'm going to spend some time just to introduce the topic of today and the 3 sessions that we will be going through. So, with Russia's war on Ukraine raging and the terrible human cost of it being revealed every day, it's understandable that the discussion on Russia and the West, the study of the broader Russia-West relation, has in a sense been set aside for a couple of years. But it's not possible to stop studying this relation in past, present, and future. The West is too defining for Russia, whether construed as an enemy, as it is now, or as a friend, as it was in the 90s. And there is too much at stake in world politics, as our foreign minister just addressed, because we do see a pattern of global geopoliticization, in which regional and local conflicts become intractable, sometimes because Russia and, for example, China pick one side or a position simply because it is the opposite position of the West, and vice versa, I would like to add. Russian foreign policy needs to be explained by employing several analytical frameworks, not only regime type and domestic factors shape it, also broader patterns of international interaction impinge upon it. As recently argued by thinkers such as Judith Butler and Slavoj Žižek, while unconditionally condemning Hamas's terrorist attacks, full stop, we should also study the broader context within which such violence is being legitimized and carried out on both sides. We need to study the action-reaction patterns that are at work between political leaderships and between political leaderships and the publics and populations they claim to represent. I'm not implying here that the war in Ukraine is comparable to the conflict in the Middle East. I'm not trying to attach guilt for the invasion of Ukraine to any other actor than the Kremlin. I am merely saying that we need to continue to understand the broad dynamics that drive international politics, and in today's situation, I think particularly between so-called great powers. So this is NUPI's annual Russia conference, trying to shed light on the new reality between Russia and the West, but it is also the capstone conference of a project which many of us here have been working on for several years, which is called When Every Act is War, Post-Crimea Conflict Dynamics and Russian Foreign Policy. This WARU project is financed by the Norwegian Research Council and started long before the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The full scale, I should say. The task we set out for ourselves in this project was to inquire into the changing patterns of how Russia and the West, in several different versions of it, spoke about and related to each other in the years following the annexation of Crimea and the intervention in eastern Ukraine. We asked whether the changing patterns of representations or identifications, construing the other as more and more threatening, can help explain conflict escalation. The underlying assumption here is that the way in which political leaderships in Russia and in the West talk about each other matters. It matters that Russia construes NATO as a US instrument to strike Russia down, just as it matters that Russia construes Ukraine as a non-existent country. Whether the Kremlin believes in its own conspiracy theory about the collective West, we don't know. But we assume that the rhetorical mobilization of the West as a threat to Russia and the attempt to legitimize the acts of the Kremlin with reference to this threat matter for the policies that Russia pursues against the West and internally in Russia today against the so-called foreign agents, who are now being harshly prosecuted and even outside Russia. So let me stress that the assumption is not that the other, say NATO, actually is a threat to Russia. The important constructivist insight is that it is not you who decides how the other party judges your intentions. What you say is defensive might be judged as offensive on the other side. This powerlessness over what your acts look like from the other side goes for Russia, and it goes for the US, NATO, and Europe as well. Now, regardless of which perspective scholars find useful to study international relations through, I think we could all agree that a new reality has emerged in relations between Russia and the West. One which we need to study and which we have studied for many years. And this conference is a contribution to that endeavor. So I will now briefly go through the three panels which we will have. The first panel goes to the core of this WARU project, which many of us work on, and will address the question of whether and how words have mattered in Russia-West relations. The focus will be on the Russian side, not because we don't study how representations of Russia in the West matter for the policies of Western actors, but simply because our research here is not concluded. The panel will be moderated by Natalia Moen Larsen, who is a senior research fellow at NUPI. And for those of you who have problems understanding the sometimes inaccessible constructivist frameworks we work with, so difficult we don't even understand them ourselves sometimes, I would recommend going to Natalia Moen Larsen's lectures because she has nailed it. The second panel will be deal with the important but very difficult topic, namely the balance between confrontation, support, and diplomacy in Russia-West relations. Now, and Kari, I think, mentioned this in the introduction, since 2014, the tensions have constantly been growing in these relations, manifested in a pattern of military posturing and exercises along the new Russia-West border in Europe. At the same time, diplomatic contact has diminished, arenas for face-to-face encounter became few. And after Russia's full-scale invasion, diplomatic contact, not to speak of negotiation, has somehow become irrelevant. One could even say dangerous, given the Kremlin's imperialist impulse. But we need to investigate and discuss the role of diplomacy and negotiation, even in, or maybe particularly in, conflicts where great powers are involved. We will do so today in the second panel with Marte Heian Engdahl as moderator. And I think few are better placed than Marte to do this job. She has been working, I think, day and night since the 7th of October to explain the conflict in the Middle East, I would add, in an exemplary way. Marte is also Deputy Director of the Norwegian Center for Conflict Resolution, NOREF, and a specialist on the Middle East. And then in the third panel, we will address the future of Russia-Europe relations, including the question of whether Ukraine is part of Europe now. None of us like predicting, and certainly not at this time. Many of us couldn't predict the invasion of Ukraine, and today international relations seem to be changing by the hour, so prediction is dangerous. Still, we would like to take the opportunity to think aloud on the basis of the expertise in that panel, what might lie ahead for Russian-European relations. The third panel will be moderated by Åsne Seierstad, journalist and author of many wonderful books that many of us researchers envy her. She explains society's conflicts and violence through stories about individuals, and much of the time better than academic theorizing and investigations seem to be able to do. So I'm very thankful for all those three moderators that they will help us through the three panels. Then lastly, a small practical point. Questions for the panels will be collected digitally, and there's a QR code on the small piece of paper which you got, which was on your seat, which you can scan and you can write your questions in it. If you have problems doing this, you can speak to one of the NUPI people who wear a NUPI pin and ask them, how can I manage to write down my question? And then the questions will appear on the stage through the moderator. Thank you very much, and hope you enjoy the next 3 sessions.
Thank you, Julie, for this wonderful introduction. So the title of this panel is Do Words Matter in Russia-West Relations? And a famous children's rhyme says, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words shall never hurt me. And the point is, of course, being that words have no physical effect. And I think the participants of this panel would disagree. And I'm just echoing Julie, who said it so wisely. There is a connection between words and praxis. It makes a difference whether you call it a special operation Ukraine or if you use the word war. So the question is not if words matter for Russia-West relations, but how they matter. And I would like to right now invite Professor Vyacheslav Morozov from University of Tartu on the stage to make an introduction, to be followed by a panel discussion. Please, Vyacheslav.
Thank you very much. It is, of course, a great honor for me to open discussions of today. Thank you for the invitation. I also look forward to the discussions. Let me start with a bold statement which has already been made by Natalia, that for people like myself, the question in the title of this panel is a no-brainer. Of course, words matter in politics, and in Russia-West relations, they matter as much as in any other case. It is already a commonplace in the social sciences that rhetoric must not be reduced to a mere instrument of political action. The separation between soft discourses and hard stuff like money, territory, and arms is naive, I would say, and out of date. So what needs to be discussed indeed is how words matter, and I will try to do it by bringing in some of the results from our project with Yuli and the article that we're currently writing with my co-author and colleague from Tartu, Dr. Martin Mölder. At the core of our project as a whole is the concept of rhetorical commonplaces introduced by Patrick Tadeusz Jackson. And these are basic and vague ideas underlying socially shared knowledge. They provide, so to say, raw material out of which actors and their actions are produced in the flow of events. And this both enables and constrains political action. Rhetorical commonplaces are vague, but they are not infinitely elastic, and therefore they, of course, do not prescribe concrete political action, but they narrow down the scope for it significantly. And in the case of Russia's war, the official discourse, on the one hand, manipulated those commonplaces, and on the other hand, sort of shaped expectations and prompted Putin's associates to feed him the information he wanted to hear. And this created a loop that intensified the anti-Ukrainian bias. I probably need not remind you that in politics, doing something almost always means saying something. And therefore, discourse in general and rhetorical commonplaces in particular set the limits of sayable and doable. So the specific role of rhetorical commonplaces, once again, is as raw material. They can be put together, related to each other, or in discourse theoretical jargon, articulated into more specific political positions. And this in turn legitimizes some political decisions and delegitimizes others. In our current research, we conceptualize the Kremlin's rhetoric around the war as a form of rhetorical coercion. This concept was developed by Ronald Krebs and Patrick Jackson, whom I already mentioned, as an alternative to the more rationalist sort of Habermasian model of political communication, in which the goal is to persuade your opponent. And this, of course, sets the bar too high. First of all, it excludes those questions where those issues, those cases where the opponent has not been persuaded, where there is a vocal opposition still in existence, or which is heavily repressed, as would be the case in Russia, of course. But also, of course, we then have to focus on whether the opposition has actually been persuaded. And this, of course, is a very tricky question, because you need to get into the brains of the people, which is hardly possible for a researcher. So in contrast to persuasion, rhetorical coercion occurs when the claimant, the actor, manages to deprive the opposition of the rhetorical materials needed to craft a socially sustainable rebuttal. What matters in this case is not a change of mind on the part of the opponent, but their ability, the fact that they no longer have the ability to defend their case in front of the public. To put in simple terms, it's about linking what the public already know and take for granted, and something preferably about which they have very strong feelings, and then connecting it with a new proposal, the new idea, the new move that makes this new part of the established agenda. And Krebs's own study of minorities' participation in military service is an example of that, because it sort of plays with this highly conventional idea, but at the same time, I think it's a brilliant idea to explore. Everyone supports our boys who fight for the country, right? But it's hard to defend the position that back at home, those boys do not enjoy the same rights as I do. And as long as you bring this into the discussion, this establishes a certain reference point and then makes a case possible for political change. In most studies, especially in the domestic context, rhetorical coercion is used as a way of studying political change. We, on the contrary, we also study political change, but we study the rhetoric of the regime. And we also study what Jason Lyle calls the reverse entrapment, meaning that yes, in Russia there has been opposition, for instance, to Chechen wars, and in the first Chechen war it was even successful up to a point, but then the regime was also able to mobilize its own rhetorical resources and use rhetorical coercion to delegitimize the opposition. And I think in the case of Ukraine, the reverse entrapment has gone so far as to completely delegitimize the anti-war opposition in the mainstream discourse. Not, of course, in general terms, but in the mainstream discourse. Opponents of the war are dismissed as national traitors, agents of the West, meaning that whichever slogans they can offer are unlikely to achieve nationwide resonance. The success of any rhetorical strategy, and of course of Putin's strategy, cannot be taken for granted. And they are themselves, the regime themselves, are very far from complacency about this. The Kremlin spares no effort in repressing the protest by force. And we know, of course, that repression is important, but at the same time look at who is being repressed and for what. For words, mostly. For the people who are repressed are those who call a war, right? And therefore, it's, it also shows the power of words in politics. What is also important about the Ukraine case is that it is a rather special case of rhetorical coercion, which does not simply invoke commonplaces, rhetorical commonplaces, but in a way re-articulates them to a significant extent. And Krebs and Jackson emphasize that normally, in normal democratic politics, actors are reluctant to make long-term investments in changing the common sense, the rhetorical commonplaces. It's too long-term, it doesn't bring immediate results, and so on. It looks like the Kremlin has made such a long-term investment at some point, maybe after 2014, to stretch the rhetorical commonplaces almost to a point of reversal. So, for instance, this concerns the sacramental maxim, anything but war, лишь бы не было войны, which from the Soviet time actually had significantly contributed to ensuring mass loyalty to successive regimes, combining various degrees of oppressiveness, corruption, and incompetence. And the Kremlin has all but managed to reverse it, to make a war possible, a public support for a war possible. But also note that in the final analysis, it's not still a war officially, right? It's a special military operation, which means that to some extent rhetorical commonplaces are still hold. They're very powerful as limiters of political action, not just as enablers, but also as factors that limit political action. And finally, what we do with Martin in our article is we actually try to establish what is so specific about the Kremlin's discourse about Ukraine. And for that, we compare it with Estonia, with the discursive positioning of Ukraine with discursive positioning of Estonia in the Kremlin's discourse. We use a mix of quantitative and qualitative methods, but to bring the results out immediately, I would say that what is interesting is that, first of all, both Ukraine and Estonia seem to be firmly embedded in this idea of an imperial space. They both belong to something that Russia would call its sphere of influence. Well, in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian case, it's of course the point about brotherly nations. In Estonia's case, it's about Pre-Baltica being so important geopolitically for Russia, and also, of course, the compatriots matter in both cases, and so on. So there is no major difference in that sense, outside of the obvious geographical facts and sort of human geography on the ground and so on. When it comes to military threat, Estonia actually, in relative terms, of course, there is less interest in Estonia in the official media, but generally speaking, the military dimension is even more pronounced in the Estonian case than in the Ukrainian case, except for the period immediately prior to the war. So there is much more talk about NATO's enhanced forward presence, about military bases, and so on. And these changes only, in Ukraine, this becomes a dominant topic only in the months leading up to the war. So we can say that in those two respects there is no major difference. What makes a difference is the representation of Ukraine as a weak, unstable country which doesn't really manage its own affairs, which is controlled from the outside and so on. Estonia is, of course, Russophobic. Estonia is in NATO. Estonia is dependent on the West, but it's still described mostly as an independent actor, as a country that makes its own decision. Ukraine is different in that regard. And that is a major difference. It's a question of agency, it's a question of political subjectivity and of sovereignty in the final analysis. And I think this is an important finding, which actually links together with the fact that the Kremlin expected an easy victory. And this again brings me to my main conclusions that words matter, of course, and they matter in the sense that a myth created for propaganda purposes, and it doesn't really matter, I agree with the previous speakers, it doesn't really matter whether people believe in those myths or not, they acquire a force of their own sometimes, and they become factors in politics, and people start acting on them. And this, in a tragic way, illustrates how words matter in politics, also in the current war. Thank you.
So now I would like to invite the rest of the panel up on stage. Okay. So to introduce our panel, over there we have Christian Lundby Gjerre, a senior research fellow at Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. And Annie Roth-Gjerman, she is a doctoral candidate at University of Cambridge. And last but not least, Lisa Gaufman, assistant professor from University of Groningen. And Christian, I would turn to you first. So Vyacheslav just talked about the emergent rhetorical commonplace of Ukraine not really being a real state. And you have investigated another rhetorical commonplace in Russian official discourse, about double standards. Can you tell us a little bit about double standards, how they're used, and why it matters?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think Vyacheslav very clearly demonstrated one reason why rhetoric cannot be reduced to just being a political instrument. And I think that is particularly the case for what we call rhetorical commonplaces, which I think about as a set of viewpoints and frames that are shared or even taken for granted in a given audience. And one such commonplace that for a long time has occupied a central place in Russian official discourse is that of Western double standards. So basically, if to look at relations between Russia and Western countries in this millennium for the last couple of decades, one persistent pattern has been this. The West accuses Russia of breaking the established rules of international politics, while Russia, in turn, accuses the West of themselves not following the rules they accuse Russia of breaking. And Russian leaders have given very much attention to what they identify as Western normative inconsistency, selective use of international norms, and outright hypocrisy. And that means that they talk about both that the West holds different countries to different standards, have different expectations to countries based on whether the countries are loyal to Washington, as they say in Moscow, or not. And second, that they, in Moscow, point out gaps between the values the West claims to uphold and Western actions. And this view is often expressed with the term double standards, dvoinie standardy. They talk about it a lot. They, in the Munich speech in 2007, which the foreign minister referred to, Putin talks about double standards. And if one would read all speeches and statements and comments published by the Russian Foreign Ministry in the period that I studied, 2003 to 2019, you would find just that single term, double standards, I think approximately 800 times. The point is anyway, not counting this one term, but that this notion of Western double standards occupies a central place in Russia's image of the West. It's a key way in which the West appears as and has increasingly appeared as an inherently untrustworthy partner. So within what we can call Russia's mainstream public sphere, the importance of Western double standards for international politics is taken for granted. The concept of double standards gives meaning to events, and it frames how they are interpreted. And so that is in Russia, in Russian official circles, certainly. To many others, particularly observers and practitioners here in the West, this highly frequent talk about double standards appears very, very annoying. And one obvious reason for that, I think, is that Russia quite evidently does not actually appear to be very concerned with the norms they claim the West does not live up to, be that human rights or international law in general. And of course, even more so now in the context of the brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. So, therefore, in the West, this Russian talk about double standards is often dismissed as instances of whataboutism. That is, that Russia does not address the substance of, for example, US criticism, but rather responds with a, what about something the US has done, be that the invasion of Iraq or something else. And I think these are quite obviously fair points, as fair as it goes. But still, in the context of Russia's own discourse, those arguments miss and even somewhat play into Russia's main point, and that is that the West, and particularly the US, does not possess any moral authority to tell others how to behave, but that they still do so. So, I think I will conclude with returning to the point that both Vyacheslav and others already made, that it often does not matter whether rhetoric is deployed instrumentally or whether it reflects genuine beliefs. We don't really have to creep into someone's head to try to ascertain that, which is very difficult anyway. But because the consequences of the rhetoric may be the same regardless of motivation, which Vyacheslav said. And I want to add to that one very simple point, that there is not in a way necessarily a contradiction, that both can be true at the same time. You can both be cynical, instrumental, and still mean what you're saying. So just as kind of one banal example, when, for example, when Russia criticized the illegal US surveillance that was uncovered by Edward Snowden, it's of course very easy to dismiss this criticism on the grounds that Russia certainly does not see much value in the privacy of their own citizens. This is not a value they hold high. Second, however, I think such accusations can at the very same time express a genuine belief that the US is deeply hypocritical, and that this was a good case in point to demonstrate that. And not least, that they can believe that this is an effective communication that resonates with many audiences, both within the Western countries and outside of the West, which I think, if we have time, maybe we can return to later.
Thank
Stop
you.
there.
Thank you, Christian. I think we'll just keep to the topic of official Russian discourse. And Ani, you have explored how NATO as an actor is talked about in Russian official discourse. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how it matters for Russia-West relations?
Yeah, sure. So exactly as you said, myself, together with Julie Wilhelmsen, we have conducted in-depth discourse analytical readings of over 150 texts from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Russian Ministry of Defense in this project period, so in the years following the annexation of Crimea in 2014. And sort of the main conclusion is that we do find an increasingly undifferentiated threat construction of NATO as an actor, and that is also connected to the fact that NATO is really constructed just as a US instrument. And that really matters because how NATO is constructed matters for Russia's interpretations of subsequent events, and hence also might frame their subsequent actions. So one thing that we find is that there is, in the Russian rhetoric, there is no room for acknowledging any uncertainty. There is no room for thinking that NATO might be motivated by anything but what is sort of the main representation of NATO, which is as always and everywhere hostile towards Russia and as a US geopolitical instrument. And this is really quite a conspiratorial view because it is so undifferentiated, and this construction of certainty that this is always the case is what we also see as driving conflict and increasing tensions. So we've already described this in one article published last year, and we build on it in an article we're currently writing, or it's under review. And we point to this as a hubris of knowing hybridity. So every action of a political counterpart is ambiguous. You don't know the meaning, you don't know the intention, but through this really ritualistic way of chanting this construction of NATO that we see over years in Russian discourse, it really cancels out this option that there might not be a hostile intent. And to follow up on Christian and Vyacheslav's comments, we also use the notion of rhetorical commonplaces, and one that we look at in particular is that of color revolution. So color revolutions in Russian discourse is, as other commonplaces, it's a vague resource, it's a reference point to common sense, and it goes from being something that is quite more narrow, meaning externally backed regime change, into a more all-encompassing, very totalizing meaning of Western hybrid warfare on Russia. And as we study the texts, we see that repeated references to this concept called revolution is something that sort of merges and further drives threat construction of NATO, because it merges different actions, different geographical spaces, and it also like merges war and peace itself. It makes them undistinguishable. So everywhere from, you know, like the NATO's intervention in Libya to NATO's presence in Eastern Europe becomes part of this big package of threats of cold revolution. And we also notice another thing, which is repeated references to Western pretext, to Western, I mean, this is very much related to what Christian said. It's sort of this rule or this dictum that there is always a false appearance, and that the real thing, that is the real driver, is underneath. So looking at the view of NATO and the West as an actor, this means that whatever they say on the surface, whether that's about norms or whether that's about dialogue, the real thing is hostility, which is underneath towards Russia. So with regards to the Russian claims of Western hypocrisy, what we find in our research is it's not actually the disrespect of norms that they present as the threat. It's the use of norms as a pretext for other motives. And so like together with cold revolutions, this sort of rule really drives this hubris of knowing hybridity, this conclusion that the NATO and the West is always hostile towards Russia. And just to make a final point, following on Vyacheslav's really crucial observation of the representation of Ukraine as a weak puppet state with no agency, enabling the reinvasion last year, is that this is very much co-constitutive, as we say. It's very much enabled and enabling of this conspiratorial view of the US and NATO as a geopolitically, you know, always motivated, always Russia hostile actor, because in that worldview, Ukraine is just a geopolitical pawn in the game. And in that sense, we argue that the reinvasion of Ukraine last year was not really a break in Russian policy, more of a breakthrough of these hostile enemy images of the US and of Ukraine that has been nurtured over many, many years in official Russian rhetoric. Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you, Annie. So we have so far talked about official discourse, and Lisa, in your research you have looked at bottom-up approaches to discourses about international relations. Can you tell us how to do research on Russian popular level in times of war?
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for allowing me to talk about a slightly different perspective on Russian politics. As a professor of Russian discourse and politics, I am very much interested in the fact that words matter, but I also focus on practice. So I'm also trying to look at how practice is connected with discourse, and whether words actually matter, but how they matter in connection with what people do. So given that I don't have much time, I'll focus on 3 issues. The first one is the methodological challenges to the study of Russian politics. The second issue is the performativity of the discourse. And the third one is the actual focus on the Kremlin that also transpires in this panel to an extent. So the first issue that I wanted to draw your attention to is methods. So obviously, in the context of the full-scale invasion, there is a very limited access to the field, which led to the fact that a lot of people essentially parachuted into digital methods, and without knowing the context of those digital methods, and without actually knowing the context of what it means to do research in the digital sphere, especially in the Russian context. So, for example, something that is quoted quite a lot is the so-called mill bloggers. They have millions of subscribers, and a lot of people just extrapolate the subscriber count to the support for the war, for instance. But this is, again, in the Russian context, not the case. If people follow mill bloggers, it might not mean that they support the war. It might mean that they want some type of uncensored information, for example. Another issue is also the visibility of certain discourse and practice. For example, example, we have a lot of some Western journalists that are still in Russia, that they do interviews on the streets with people talking on the streets, and they, a lot of them obviously enthusiastically support the war. And again, what does that tell us about the actual support for the war? Not much, because apart from the rhetorical coercion that Vyacheslav mentioned, we also have a lot of actual legal coercion that actually restricts the discursive space within Russia. And another issue is, of course, the performativity of the discourse and performativity of practice. You might have seen some of the TikToks or videos where Russian influencers are burning down their Chanel bags or in the attempt to show that they no longer admire the West as they used to, or that they no longer want to watch Western movies. But then again, if we take a look at the practice, we know that there's a flurry of illegal ways of obtaining those same Chanel bags, or even trying to buy counterfeit bags from China. We have a lot of people trying to watch the Barbie movie that was deemed very much ideologically incorrect by the government. We saw massive lines to the closing doors of McDonald's when the business exited Russia. And this is actually the exact gap that I study in my research. So that what I try to see is that what people actually say online does not necessarily translate to the action on the ground. So this is something that is, I think, crucial, especially in the current context where we don't actually have access to the field. And it's important to actually study the practice of what people actually do. The third issue that I wanted to focus on is the Kremlin issue. So obviously, it's important to look at the Kremlin. Of course, it's a decision-making center. Of course, the decision to invade Ukraine was made in the Kremlin. But in the authoritarian context, it tells us nothing about the population's views on the politics, and especially from places that are very far away from Moscow. And again, even before the war, a lot of the research on Russia actually focused on its European part, on its Moscow or St. Petersburg adjacent regions, that again told us not a lot about the areas that are outside of this affluent and relatively Western-oriented areas in the first place. So I would like to close with an example, and this is something as a professor of Russian discourse and politics people ask me all the time, which is whether the Russian population supports the war. And again, what you see is often shaped by the Russian legislation. The fact that you are not allowed even to say the word war, and you can go to prison for about 6 to 8 years for that. Even publishing certain pictures, wearing certain colors. For example, Vyacheslav's tie might actually qualify as an offense because green is a blue and yellow combination, so of course it's pro-Ukrainian. In that case, and NUPI of course falls into that category as well. And again, if we take a look at not what people say, but what people do, it actually gives us a much more nuanced picture. And I realize that nuance is not something that a lot of people want to hear in times of war. So for example, what do people do? We can take a look at the number of draft dodgers, for example, in the Russian context. We can take a look at what people buy and what people read. And for example, what do people read in Russia in 2022? The most popular books, according to online booksellers, are books about concentration camps, about how to survive authoritarian regimes, and 1984 by Orwell. So what does it tell us about the public consensus about the war? It tells us that people do not necessarily buy what the Kremlin has to tell them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you. So Vyacheslav, I will roll the ball back to you. I think we'll stay with the popular level some more. Could you say something about where the public is in all this?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, that's something that I had to leave out of my introduction because that's a different topic in a sense. But I fully agree with Lisa with her treatment of the issue because, indeed, you need to differentiate between contexts and also between what people say in each of those contexts and what they do. And I think one point that I would like to make is that we should not reduce the public to individuals. Because if you look at the individual level, if you look at the choices people make individually, then we often forget two important facts of social life. The first fact is that people normally care much less about politics than we political scientists or political commentators do. They do care, and of course there are situations where they have to face politics. Politics comes after them, but normally in their normal lives they're much more concerned about survival, well-being, consumption, and so on. The second thing is that people change their views. And it's normal. It's not a sign of conformism, although conformism also has been stigmatized too much, I think. I mean, we as social beings have to be conformist in what we do and how we go about everyday business. So, of course, people tend to say socially approved things unless they have very strong convictions or very strong reasons to act contrary to what is usually socially approved. But what is socially approved then depends on the political situation in the country and in the world more generally, or maybe even in their own environment, in their own region, in their own social circle, and so on. And so it's very contextual, it's flexible, it's much less rigid than we tend to think. And in this context, the very concept, the very notion of support becomes somehow blurred. Because what do you mean by support? Indeed, is it what you say to a pollster, or is it what you do when you get a draft notice? Well, these are two very different situations, two very different contexts, and of course, most people will behave completely differently facing these two simple situations. Bringing it more to the sort of societal, structural level, I would say that generally speaking, of course, we need to acknowledge the fact that public attitudes do sustain this war to some extent, because people have certain expectations from their government. And who is responsible for that? Is it the people who have been uncritical about propaganda, or is it the propaganda which left no choice to ordinary people? I mean, it's in a way a chicken and egg question, of course. We will never be able to completely solve it. So there is no point in putting all the blame on the ordinary people, but there is also no point in completely saying that, you know, it's only Putin's war and so on. That's obviously not a correct statement either. But what is also important, and I think this is what I would like to emphasize also in relation to my introductory remarks, is that the public is also very important. The role of the public is very important in constraining the war. Because if the public in Russia were fully supportive of this war, the war would probably have been waged in a different way. It would indeed be a situation of total mobilization, war economy, and all resources directed towards the war effort. This is very far from reality in Russia, if you think about it, if you observe it with an unbiased eye. So the public is not prepared to embrace a full war. Again, the fact that it's still called officially a special military operation is important. It's not just a legalistic bug of the system. It's a feature, and it is an important feature. And in that respect, I would say that the public attitudes, this anything but war attitude, in a certain sense, is still there. People want to distance themselves as much as they can from the war. They feel powerless to stop the war, and therefore they try to distance themselves in as much as possible from what's going on. And that has its dark sides, but it also has an important effect of actually constraining the Kremlin's effort. And I think we should not forget about this, also in our thinking about the future.
Thank you, Vyacheslav. Just to bring us back to the topic, the main topic of this panel is whether words matter for Russia-West relations, and we have talked about from your studies how you have looked at how they mattered in the past, and I would like to dig a little bit deeper into how they matter now and how they may matter at the future, just to pick up on your final remark. And we have like 2 minutes per, if I can take around the panel, 2 minutes per participant, starting with Lisa, perhaps.
Well, of course, words will matter in the future. But again, I would emphasize again that it's important to contextualize the words with actions as well. So we cannot just treat discourse in isolation. And even if we take a look at some of the anti-Western discourse that is very popular on, let's say, Russian TV, but then we take a look at how does that discourse actually gets implemented or practiced by the regular population, and we will see there's actually not a lot of connection between the discourse and politics. So there might be a lot of anti-Western bluster on the Kremlin level or foreign policy or foreign minister level, but then again, they would still see the West as their homeland in many ways, both civilizational, which they also employ a lot of the rhetoric of civilizationism, but also in the way they want to be like the West in many ways. So this is the significant other, as Viacheslav's work also shown in the past. So the West is the significant other for Russia. It's the way that Russia measures against itself. So that's why it's still, whatever Western, anti-Western rhetoric there is, there's still a significant part of the Russian identity that is still very much connected to the West.
Thank you. Annie, please.
Yes, so that's the big question, isn't it? So I'm thinking right now the sort of rhetorical patterns that I described in my previous comment is very much the dominant story, and there is no space for really opposing it, as we have discussed. It is also very much backed up by force, and as we found in our research, it is also this feature of or this trait of this story being so monolithic, very sort of one-sided, but it's also very flexible at the same time. So it can take up into itself new events. And we've seen this also during the war, like, for example, how we saw the framing shift from a war or a special operation on Ukraine to that more towards the collective West. And we also saw how, like, this expectation of a short war was managed within this discourse. So there is flexibility there. But at the same time, and very much building on what Lisa and Vyacheslav just said, of course there are always other discursive undercurrents that will be there in the population, might be in parts of the elite. And with the unprecedented level of repression that we have after February last year, both within the elite and of course in the whole of society, the Kremlin has fewer ways of knowing what's actually happening and what people actually think. So I think that in the event of something sort of really disruptive happening, that maybe this official story cannot really incorporate and interpret in a way that resonates with people, that will open the space for alternative interpretations and maybe other actors to sort of voice those new interpretations and new stories, and could lead to new politics. Yeah.
Thank you. Christian?
Yeah. So how it matters and will matter, I think at this time, with the state of relations between Russia and the West, I would probably suggest that when it comes to disputes about double standards, the most important questions may perhaps not concern really direct exchanges with Russia about this topic. But I would like, linking back to what the foreign minister said about in the context of Israel and Gaza and the West's moral position, as it were, in the global landscape at large. I think and back to language and the role of language used in politics, is that when actors in international politics speak, they don't speak to only one, kind of their main target audience. They speak to, in practice, many audiences at once. So then when Russia accuses the West of double standards, this is not only heard in Western countries, and the same with the Western response when that appears. And I think then this Western criticism is likely to find, or the West is likely to find support in many places in the world where they have rather different experiences with Western foreign policy than we have sitting here. So I think that depends on, of course, what one wants to achieve. But if it's in the West's interest to trying to argue and convince that it's in the interest of the global community as a whole that Russia is condemned and isolated for what they're doing in Ukraine, then I think it's might be counterproductive to kind of take the easy path and just dismiss criticism of Western foreign policy, current and past, as empty propaganda. I think even when there are in isolation good words, to not care about what Russian leaders in this context are saying, it might still be unwise to simply dismiss them.
Thank you. Vyacheslav?
Yes, thank you. Let me pick up on what Christian said and also bring it back to Foreign Minister's introduction. He mentioned at some point Russia's desire to feel important and the West's reluctance to let Russia feel important. And, you know, to be honest, speaking about the future, it's difficult for me to imagine a situation where Russia will be allowed to feel important. I mean, everything goes against this, and it's understandable, and I'm fully supportive of this trend. So I think for the Russian political class and for the Russian intellectual elites, the task is to work out a language of speaking about Russia in which Russia does not have to feel important everywhere and at every instance, and is capable of managing its actually semi-peripheral role in global politics and economics, and kind of reconcile itself with that role. But to enable that on the Western part, I think what is important is supporting the Russian opposition, Russian anti-war movement in that effort, and this also means following their own principles, following the West's own principles and norms, which the West often declares, but yes, forgets to fully implement. And this concerns the global situation in general, including the situation in the Middle East, but this also concerns the status of various Russian actors in various corners of the world, which, as we know, do not have an easy time today, even if they are completely anti-war and are trying to help their own country in the first place to end this war and to end the, well, not end the disgrace, but at least to limit the damage.
Thank you, Vyacheslav. We actually received a question from the audience that follows up on what you just said. It says, how can we, as the West, support Russians that want to fight back against the Kremlin? Do you?
Well, I would again repeat maybe what I just said. It's the question of recognition, but also practical help, because people face enormous problems traveling around, settling down. They have families, for God's sake. They have children. They have practical needs, which we tend to forget about. And again, of course, I'm not comparing it with the issues faced by those who are in bomb shelters throughout Ukraine. We don't have to compare it. But it's also important to recognize the fact that the Russian opposition is an important actor in the future, unless our ideal future is a total and endless war, which is, well, maybe for some people this is an ideal scenario, not for me.
Thank you. Lisa, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I think that there is a lot of potential for transnational activism as well. So I've been involved in some of the projects that, for example, help Ukrainian refugees in Europe, and we've seen a lot of cooperation throughout the Netherlands, for example, where we have people from former Soviet Union countries collecting things for translating, because obviously a lot of refugees actually come to Europe and they don't speak the languages. So there's a lot of opportunities for transnational solidarities. There's a lot of queer solidarities as well, again, transnational, that really try to help each other out regardless of where they come from. And I think that that's very meaningful to see. So when I was standing in line to register to translate for refugees, it was a very, I mean, in the context of the war, it was the only heartwarming thing that I could remember, because I could see so many people wanting to help the refugees, and that was something that I think we can all stand for.
Thank you. Annie, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, maybe some very few. I mean, I just want to echo very wise comments by colleagues to sort of avoid the dichotomies and avoid thinking that if we see that there are social and practical needs within Russia, we are comparing that to Ukraine, which is a different question. And I also really like your comment, Lisa, about transnational activism, because what we see in these official discourses is really that the agency of people to have another will than the government, that notion, to sort of cultivate that understanding is what can maybe recreate the story as well. People in Ukraine and people in Russia are not just their government. So like if we can keep listening to those voices that really and practices that we will see a different story, and maybe we can see different politics. Yeah.
Thank you. Christian?
Well, I certainly don't have any direct advice, but I think it's really important to the way we see Russia and Russians, both within Russia and outside of Russia's borders. Going back to what Lisa was talking about how things are complex and people relate to the war in many different ways, that we at least shouldn't fall into the trap of generalizing and even essentializing stereotypes about how Russians are somehow doomed to act in a certain way. That we should also try to see the complexity and individuality of what is going on inside of Russia still.
Thank you, Christian. And I have a final question to Professor Morozov. Which parallels do the Estonians draw between Ukraine and Estonia in views on NATO position and strengths?
Oh, thank you. That's a very easy question. There is a direct parallel. I mean, Ukraine's war is Estonia's war. Absolutely. There is no question about that. Estonia sees itself as directly threatened by Russia. And, you know, our choice of the comparison is not accidental, of course, because we believe that, in principle, Estonia could have been attacked, and maybe it would have been, from Putin's viewpoint, a more rational decision to attack Estonia, for many reasons which I do not have time to go into, but undermining NATO might have been actually more easily achieved by doing that. But bringing it to today's situation, yes, there is a lot of solidarity, and it's very black and white, which also has its negative sides, but at the same time, there is unconventional identification, I would say, with the Ukrainian cause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. So I would remind the audience that we will have a 15 minutes coffee break, and you are to be in your seat at 10 minutes past 10. And please join me in a round of applause to our wonderful panel. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? We start in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Marte Heian Engdahl, and it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you back to the second panel of today. This one, we will move from the individuals who might or might not have a choice about thinking about rhetorics and whether it matters in terms of war and peace, and towards those that really have to, diplomats and policymakers around the different capitals. We will try our best to address the different strategies of force, support and diplomacy in Russia-West relations, following Russia's war on Ukraine from 2014. A downward spiral in the Russia-West relations has resulted in a near total lack of trust and communication. And as we heard the foreign minister say this morning, the parallel is of course to the gruesome battlefield where things seem deadlocked and getting worse by the day. The speakers here today will discuss the current US debate and how to deal with Russia and the war in Ukraine, and whether Russia can compromise and consider the scope and prospects for diplomacy within the current great power context. To start us off, we have Professor Jared Toll, who will try to begin this conversation by unpacking a little bit your perspectives on how this looks on the US side. Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So thank you for the invitation to speak here. I am delighted to be here. The European continent is geopolitically divided in a manner we have not seen since the Cold War. Yet unlike that long, dangerous and tragic division of Europe, the current division is a lot more asymmetrical. The Russian Federation stands virtually alone in Europe as it pursues a brutal, aggressive war against the territorial integrity and independence of Ukraine. Only Belarus, a long-standing dictatorship made possible by Russian subvention, stands alongside Russia. Sure, there are some European and European adjacent states that are on the fence on this critical war. Turkey plays both sides, and Hungary's authoritarian leadership too often tilts towards Russian positions. Serbia, too, is on the fence, while the leadership of Republika Srpska, Milorad Dodik, has openly supported Putin and used him to win re-election. That support. Numerous factions within European states have repeated Russian talking points on Ukraine, and we can see that all the time. But the enduring strength of European solidarity and support for Ukraine, for its refugees amongst us, for its government and soldiers on the front line is remarkable. And as you know, the European Commission has recently recommended Ukraine be invited for accession talks on the European Union membership. But we are also aware of these growing strains across Europe and North America on this remarkable enduring solidarity with Ukraine. Supporting Ukraine is establishment politics, and as such, it is vulnerable to opportunistic populists and political entrepreneurs hawking sharp identity politics and xenophobia. Further, other crises now actively compete with Ukraine for international attention, recontextualizing the war and its dynamics in significant ways. What I want to talk about this morning are 4 points which relate to this, 2 of which relate specifically to the United States, where I live. The first is the rising populist revolt, and it is now a serious political and policy challenge in the United States for the Biden administration. And there are 3 important dimensions to this. First of all is the dimension of a shift in public opinion. In the latest Gallup poll, a plurality of Americans, 41%, now say that the US is doing too much to help Ukraine. And this is a rise from 24% in August of last year and 29% in June of this year. Only 25% of Americans in this poll believe the US isn't doing enough for Ukraine. So that's the first shift. And there's a second shift, is the shift within the Republican Party and its leadership. As most of you know, the new Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, is a Ukraine aid skeptic. And even before his election, the former Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, had shifted towards this. The atmospherics surrounding Zelensky's second visit to Washington, D.C. in September of this year were remarkably different from his first in December of last year, when he got repeated standing ovations from Congress. And this time the GOP leadership barely had made the time to meet him. And the third dimension is a policy standoff over the new aid package to Ukraine. Now, the White House efforts to bundle this financial military support to Ukraine and Israel, a $24 billion package, was rejected by the GOP, which passed a bill supporting Israel alone. And the Ukraine aid story is playing out amidst political brinksmanship over funding of the US government. We'll see how that it plays out over the next week or so. But there's also the larger issue of Ukraine and supporting Ukraine on the campaign trail in the coming presidential election. Trump, as the GOP frontrunner, channels a sort of Jacksonian tradition of US geopolitical culture, which is narrowly nationalistic and unilateralist. Looking after our own is an appealing political slogan in the US these days, as it is elsewhere. And it's reasonable to assume that more and more US politicians will call on Europe to do a lot more to aid Ukraine, if not take it over completely. And a second Trump presidency, which is a frightening prospect, could well cut US aid to Ukraine completely. But I think this would be a minor problem next to a manifest danger of a turn towards authoritarianism in the US. And the prospect should not be discounted. 2 in 5 Americans and nearly half of GOP voters, 48%, agree, for example, in a recent poll that the US has gone off track and we need a leader who would break rules in order to fix the country's direction. So that's sort of yearning for an authoritarian leadership. And NATO needs to prepare for the possibility of an illiberal, if not openly anti-democratic US. Now, there's reasons for thinking positively, but we can get into that later. So that's the first point. The second point is growing establishment skepticism. And US foreign policy discourse on Ukraine has always been characterized by a certain contradiction between, on the one hand, amplifying what's at stake in Ukraine, supporting Ukraine as a vital national interest, US national interest. The war represents an inflection point in history. It's a great battle between democracy and autocracy. Thus, the US and all of us must do whatever it takes, that particular resonant slogan, to support Ukraine. But on the other hand, there's always been a limit on what the US and all of us are willing to do. The US quite rightly does not want to get into a direct war with Russia. And while many escalation limits have fallen away as the US has enhanced and others, and NATO has enhanced its support for Ukraine, the US and NATO now find themselves in an enduring proxy war that is devastating Ukraine and depleting Western resources. And so there may be an inflection point here where there's a question if Ukraine's victory is a vital US national interest, why not introduce US troops? Why not introduce NATO troops? And if NATO does become directly involved, what is to stop the war escalating to a nuclear one? So we're at that point of, is it escalation or de-escalation? And I think what's happening in the foreign policy establishment in the US at least is that there's greater consideration on the cost benefit of the war. And leaving aside certain Atlanticist think tanks like the Atlantic Council and the like, there's greater debate within establishment think tanks like RAND, Council of Foreign Relations, and state institutions about the ability of Ukraine to win the war in the way they want to win the war. And Sam Sharap's essay, which was in Foreign Affairs this summer, articulated a sentiment that is tacitly shared but not openly expressed publicly by many within the US foreign policy establishment. And there's also a growing unease within the elements of the Democratic Party too about an open-ended commitment to Ukraine. Biden promised to get the US out of endless wars, and that's another resonant slogan of our times. But Ukraine now appears as one, and so that's a factor which we need to take into consideration. Third point, debating the endgame. What would this look like? Now, all wars eventually end, and there needs to be negotiations no matter what the outcome. Large historic states do not die, and people and places may be deeply alienated from each other, but they still remain next to each other, and communication systems need to exist. There's no alternative. But because of this, there's a clear public need for a robust debate on the possible outcomes of the war in Ukraine, given its empirical reality as a costly stalemate. The open-ended rhetoric of whatever it takes has slowly given way to a sense of limits and constraints. Now, Biden has said that US support is to get Ukraine to a position of strength at the negotiating table. But we need to really debate what that looks like now, and sort of messianic thinking and fevered visions about victory are features of most wars. They motivate and justify what may be righteous, but also may be ruinous behavior. thinking realistically is ethical in these particular circumstances. And we need sober thinking about the conditions under which a ceasefire can be established and an armistice agreed. Now, to have that open discussion of an endgame, we must get beyond a sort of McCarthyite culture, a rhetorical coercion, to echo the last panel, that attacks any discussion about ending the war and what a settlement might look like. We can presume that the parties will never agree over any territorial concessions or redistribution, but we should not prohibit discussion of a ceasefire and armistice to allow some respite. We need to discuss difficult territorial matters, the status of Crimea, the Donbass, the land corridor to Crimea, and we need to discuss displaced persons, what happens to them, freedom of movement across front lines, and we need to be realistic about war tribunals, reparations, security guarantees. Absolute security is impossible. And this leads me to the last point, which is how the war has been recontextualized by polycrisis. And the fourth argument is, whether we like it or not, the West and the international community and the planet are facing many crises besides the Ukraine war. These crises are constantly recalibrating the meaning of the war against Ukraine by Russia. We are, as many have argued, in this polycrisis, this multiple crisis. The 2020s have been described as the decisive decade for climate action. And the evidence of the catastrophe we are facing in terms of the climate is all around us. 2023 is shaping up to be the hottest year in human history, and the trajectory is ominously upwards, past 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. And James Hansen, a very distinguished earth scientist, has recently suggested that we may exceed 2 degrees by 2050. This is a just astounding crisis, an existential crisis for humanity. The war in Israel-Palestine has significantly reframed the debate in Ukraine also. And President Biden has sought to link Hamas's attacks against Israeli civilians to Russia's war against Ukraine by claiming both Ukraine and Israel are vulnerable democracies. This analogy fails on many levels, and I actually had the point which the foreign minister mentioned already about the fact that the UN General Assembly vote, for example, on March 2nd, 2022, deploring the Russian invasion. 141 votes in favor, 32 abstentions, only 6 states other than Russia voting against it. And then the recent UN General Assembly vote calling for an immediate and sustained humanitarian truce in Gaza, 27th of October 2023, 120 votes in favor, 45 abstentions, including Ukraine, by the way, and 14 states voting against it, principally Israel and United States. So this is a question of double standards and the question of having moral authority as a democracy that is recontextualizing the Ukraine war in, I think, important ways, especially for the global south. Now, the conditions under which humans are living on the planet are shifting rapidly. State territorial integrity doesn't mean much when the stability of the geo-ecological territories across the planet are under assault. And right now, geopolitical competition is only hastening climate catastrophe, and we need to restrain it immediately, double down on the hard work of diplomacy, and prioritize the collective ecological security emergency that we are in. Thank you.
Well, it's very rare that one gets to thank someone for bringing up a polycrisis as a topic, but I think it's the right one for us today. Now I would like to invite the rest of our distinguished panel, Associate Director Anna Orutunyan of Mayak Intelligence, Research Professor Christian Berg-Harpviken of the Peace Research Institute, PRIO, and Karina Korostelina from George Mason University. Anna, if I may start with you. Gerard now brought to our attention some of the key factors that decides on US policy and decision making. And then we have had discussions previously this morning about what I think Professor Morozov called the reverse entrapment, the delegitimizing of all anti-war opposition in Russia. I think it is necessary for us to dive straightly into the Moscow perspective and whether, in your view, is there any room for compromise within the Kremlin and outside its walls?
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you, Gerard, as well for your comments. I wanted to draw in particular on some of the things you said. There is more openness towards debating the end game in the West, towards thinking more about cost-benefit analysis and away from the sacred yet inherently nebulous idea of winning at all costs. And I think in some ways we need to be thinking about this question of what winning means for Russia as well, because there has been a lot of misconceptions about where the Kremlin stands on how it defines its victory. First of all, it has to be said that the Kremlin considers itself in a global struggle with the West for its autonomy and sovereignty. In that struggle, Ukraine is the chief battlefield. And as the Kremlin sees it, so long as the West pursues this proxy war, it has nothing else to talk about. As head of the Security Council, Nikolai Patrushev put it in April 2022, Washington has tried to force Russia to give up sovereignty, self-consciousness, culture, and independent foreign and domestic policy. And, you know, we can ask ourselves to what extent do they actually believe this? In my experience with talking with Russian officials prior to the war, my sense was they were increasingly buying into this, you know, with a great degree of sincerity. More recently, as Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov put it, it is simply impossible to return to dialogue on strategic stability, including New START, without changes in the United States' deeply, fundamentally hostile course towards Russia. But secondly, there is this idea that Putin will stop at nothing to win in Ukraine. And while true on some level, there are a lot of problems with this assertion. First of all, it mirrors the West's own currently uncompromising categorical imperative to win in Ukraine without actually defining what winning means and the costs we are prepared to pay for however we define victory. In reality, on the Russian side, despite claims that Putin has this single unswerving goal, his policy, his goals have always changed, starting in 2014. Even his closest lieutenants clearly didn't know for sure what he wanted at that fateful Security Council meeting of February 22nd that preceded the invasion, which illustrated, if you look closely, that different officials were actually expecting different scenarios of how exactly the Kremlin would and should act. And since then, the goals in Russia have been mutable and have shifted in accordance with the reality on the ground. In the first days, the Kremlin's aim was Kiev's political capitulation, but then it pivoted to securing eastern Ukraine, Donbass, Kharkiv, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. Now, however, the goals appear to be holding on to as much territory as it can, especially the land corridor to Crimea. So I think it's important to realize that just because the Kremlin considers this an existential struggle and indeed frames this to its own audience and in its diplomacy as an existential struggle, does not mean there is and can be no compromise or negotiation. The problem is that in Russia currently, just like those lieutenants at the Security Council, people are too scared to voice any opposing views. Nonetheless, there's still potential for discussion of different scenarios, particularly in the patriotic camp. You just have to kind of know how to read this, and I think the previous panel was particularly interesting from that standpoint. For example, much has been made of Yevgeny Prigozhin's rebellion, but on some level he was, in the only way he could, raising what has become a growing question being posed to the Kremlin. What specifically is the end game? What are we after, and what costs are we willing to pay? And if you look at all of those interviews that Prigozhin made before he did what he did in June, and then later what that cost him, his interviews point to this kind of, he's not outrightly saying we should stop or we should do this. He's kind of escalating to show the Kremlin this is what it's going to cost, while also saying we've made certain mistakes. So often right now, just as in Soviet times, bold questions and critiques have to be couched in metaphor and parable, framed as discussion of what Kiev or the West are supposedly after, or else by picking up on Western debates, such as around Kissinger's suggestion that Ukraine ought to be brought into NATO in return for some territorial concessions, or at least negotiations over the fate of pre-February invasion territories. And we've seen, this is actually interesting, we've seen over the last couple of months some signals from Moscow about a readiness to negotiate that are becoming more and more frequent. Now, it's not like it's changed its position. It has said before that we're ready to negotiate, but these statements are becoming more public. Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, while he was in Beijing, made some pretty public noises to that effect. And then Yuri Ushakov, presidential aide on foreign policy, and one of the people with whom U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has maintained back-channel dialogue. He's made some repeated, in the last couple of weeks, repeated statements on this. However, he always couches this, and he always says, so far we are not seeing a willingness on Ukraine's part to negotiate. So they always have to caveat like this, but the fact that they are making these noises, I think, is significant. Of course, we do need to treat this with caution. This comes as the Kremlin sees itself in a position of strength as the Ukrainians bicker over whether the war has stalemated. It's seeing a certain weakness, a certain lack of, as it sees it, a growing fatigue in the West, and of course, it's kind of, for the Kremlin, it sees this might be the right, there might be, it's testing to see if there's more openness towards negotiations at this point. Moscow, of course, claims to not be willing to consider anything short of Ukraine's full neutrality, no EU and no NATO, in addition to recognizing currently occupied territories. But in reality, the Kremlin, I think, will shape its appetites based on what it thinks it can realistically get, just as it has throughout the war. Now, of course, what it thinks it can get and what it can get in reality very often diverge, as we've seen. But generally, it remains a very reactive strategic creature. Just as in the Cold War, the Soviet Union was not prepared to change its system to conform to the West's will, but that did not preclude specific and pragmatic negotiations on particular conflict, and Ukraine remains just one such area. And I want to also, as another example, I think that what the continued talks on other issues not related to conflict that the Norwegian government has been conducting, I think this is an example that that other governments should follow. This opens up a lot of possibilities for compromise and negotiation that are otherwise just closed off. So the danger is when we talk about the Kremlin not being willing to compromise, sometimes that's a cop-out for us, an excuse not to think about the end game, which only serves to prolong the war. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Karina, this panel has Russia-West diplomacy as its main title. But of course, there's a reason why this is such a bad atmosphere in global politics as it is right now. And the war in Ukraine is not the only thing, but it is a core issue in the current bad relationship. So I was wondering, you will have more time to speak in the panel afterwards when you're giving a keynote, but since we're lucky enough to have you in our group as well, could you maybe share with us some of your thoughts on how Ukraine fits into this larger Russia-US or Russia-West diplomacy problem?
Thank you. As I have more time to speak, I will try to be short. So, as Foreign Minister already mentioned, the fall of Soviet Union and the whole socialist system really opens a lot of conflict, but it's also placed a lot of countries in this gray zone of political marginalization. And Ukraine is a part of this, what I called wild east of democracy, because it was really put under pressure from the West to liberalize, to create democratic policies, but at the same time, it still was in the mythical or ideological space of Eurasian ideas. And if you can imagine these two overlapping circles and Ukraine in the middle of it, so it was real competition of political system, ideologies, and the most important, the space become really space of security and threat narratives. And in this space, any change in Ukraine was perceived as a threat to the West or threat to Russia. And what we saw also there, that Ukraine was used as the ability of Russia to redefine conceptual idea of power through BRICS, through Eurasian Union, to create this not just opposition to the West, but the new conceptual idea how power function in the nation states, influence Ukraine. And when Russia entered Georgia and occupied Abkhazia and Ossetia, what did world do? World hold Olympic Games, few kilometers of occupied territories of Georgia and Ossetia, telling Putin, yes, it's fine. 2 months later, Putin took Crimea, and then after the end of Olympic Games, took Crimea, and then Russian forces help separatists to take Donetsk and Lugansk. So what we see here that world didn't react in a way how it should, allowing what happened in Ukraine again, because Ukraine voted multiple times through Orange Revolution, from Maidan, where people died, more than 100 people died, to show that Ukraine ready, Ukraine want to be a Western state. It still was perceived as the West as corrupted state with a lot of problems, and not really a strong hand was given Ukraine to help to lift it from this marginalized political space. So what to do right now? Again, as a scholar of conflict resolution and peace building, how we can use Ukraine in this space? First of all, we need to acknowledge that this conflict is asymmetric. And asymmetry of conflict really defines how we approach it, because it's not only asymmetric from Ukrainian side, which feel as less powerful than Russia with all resources, but it's also perceived asymmetric from Russian side, which see West and United States come to Ukraine and help it. So they really perceive it on this way. So how we bring this equalizing peace-building strategies to this conflict resolution, how we bring this power dynamics in a way so we can create some solutions. And one of the possible is agonistic dialogue, which is completely different from antagonism. Agonism creates spaces where it's possible actually to acknowledge existence of different interpretation, or different mythologies, different ideologies or rhetoric spaces where agonistic dialogue does not require any consensus. It just, first of all, given this opportunity to acknowledge existence of different worldviews. And I think as a liberal democracies, we should really lead it and should be able to bring this idea of democracy and opening of different views at the same time. Another way which I really see, it's different venues of dialogue. And it's very important because, for example, again, Foreign Minister gave perfect example how some collaboration can be done on Arctic, on something else, how we can bring these spaces of collaboration and interaction and see that we actually can work together. Peace process never like straight and include immediately parties. There are a lot of back channeling, a lot of issues speak at a different time by different actors building this peace process one step at a time. And the last, what I really suggest, to really perceive legitimacy not a zero-sum game. Because there is always conceptual idea that if we give up or give somebody else legitimacy, we're losing something in our own legitimacy. And it's not a zero-sum game. People can be legitimate at the same time. And I think this really impact a lot of negotiation, impact a lot of interaction between West and Russia, an ability to give legitimacy in a different dimension of power. This is where we as democratic states can bring this ability to work across this very strong divide.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you for that, for lifting our gaze towards other realities and other possibilities in the world. I want to, if you look aside from the Arctic Cod that is now regulated in a continuous agreement between Russia and Norway, I don't think that there are many other species on the planet that would see cooperation as the modus operandi of today's global politics. And fact is, of course, that like all panelists have already established, that there is two worldviews, two very different positions of interest that are being articulated in different capitals. It's very hard to see whether there is an acceptable starting point for diplomacy at all. And it seems to be that there are, at the moment, no talks available to investigate where one can go. There's no process and there's no substance starting point to bridge all of these gaps. But I was wondering, Christian, if you could, in your perspective, is there anything to build on? And if so, what? If we're going to move towards Karina's hopes for the future.
Well, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to be on this great panel. I already learned a lot this morning, thanks to Gerard for his framing remarks, which I found extremely useful. I think, like the other speakers, that we are potentially at a turning point where the solid Western support, European and US support for Ukraine may be floundering, and we already see the first indications that there is pressure exerted on Ukraine to at least start thinking about what a future with Russia could look like. Now, I'm not predicting that this will be a consistent process. I think it's very likely to be characterized by setbacks, and there's no guarantee that we're even moving towards some sort of serious negotiations. But we may be seeing that we are at a turning point just as we speak. And that, in a sense, makes me very worried, because the way I understand the situation, we may potentially be at the worst moment in the conflict over Ukraine in terms of reaching a resolution. I think Gerard framed it, or he said it very succinctly. He said, we shouldn't even think about a finite resolution of this conflict. What we at best can hope for is an armistice, a type of a ceasefire, and then talks about some of the other important files. But a settlement with, particularly over territorial issues, seems virtually out of the order of the possible. Like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I also had an op-ed in a Norwegian newspaper this morning, Aftenposten, where I'm dealing with this. But this morning's discussion made me think, and Gerard's remarks in particular, that we need to go a step further and think about, in this particular situation, what does a ceasefire represent? As I said, I don't think the Ukrainian conflict is, in a sense, ripe for resolution. One is the incompatibility of interest. But what really starts to make me more and more worried, the more I think of it, is, in a sense, the deep tensions that has to do with values, moral, the incompatibility of views about civilization and coexistence that characterizes, in a sense, the two sides. And by the two sides here, I don't necessarily mean only Russia and Ukraine, but the larger Western circle that is supporting Ukraine. And now, interestingly, what we see is that there's no lack of peace plans being presented. And I do hope that there is peace work going on that is not publicly presented, because I think what we see is a lot of public posturing and political communication with not necessarily much substance. It is interesting to note, though, that not only has a major actor such as China presented these peace plans, but also a lot of the emergent middle powers, Brazil, Indonesia, South Africa has taken the lead on an African peace plan, presented their own formulas. Now, none of these formulas have been enthusiastically embraced by either of the parties. The current point of reference in the discussion we have, particularly in the West and amongst all those supporting Ukraine, is the so-called Ukrainian peace formula, which is, in a sense, compatible with everything we know about international law and international norms, but at the same time opens absolutely no space for compromise on any of the variables. So again, for normative reasons, there is every reason to be supportive of the Ukrainian peace formula, but in real political terms, it stands very little chance of serving as a platform for a peace, for a finite peace. So I think what we may need to is to shift our attention away from just discussing the issues, where there is fundamental incompatibility, more so than in virtually any other conflict I ever looked at, and start looking at what a sensible process could look like. Think about sequencing, think about mechanisms, think about what types of mediators could be well placed to actually do a constructive job in this particular conflict. I think we're stuck on the substance, and I think we need to think much more about process and design.
Thank you, Christian. We have some questions from the audience as well. I have received them here on the iPad, but before we do that, we'll try to just have a short attempt at actually having a conversation between ourselves. Gerard, can I turn back to you? You had this comment in your introductory remarks about what I think you called it, the tacit assurance in the administration, that Sam Sharap's article in Foreign Affairs has something to it, but this cannot be said out loud. What do you make of, can you unpack that a little bit? What do you make of the US administration, the different odds and ends of that, the policy-making circles?
Yeah, so words matter, right? And what Biden says and the diplomacy surrounding Ukraine, the signaling, all of that is very public and has to, he has to get it right. But you also need to realize that the folks that are in the various bureaucracies, national security bureaucracies in the US and in the back room of the diplomatic institutions are pragmatists, and they are looking at the world and trying to figure out what can we do, and they're motivated to try to be constructive, and there's a gap between those two, and so there is an unsaid, and I think part of what I was trying to say is that we're democracies. Let's enlarge the debate and let's have conversations which may make us a little bit uncomfortable because we have these particular values and stated values and the like. But let's have those conversations because that's enriching for us and for the debate, and it helps create possibilities. And it also, we have to recognize realities. And the reality of this war is that it's ruinous. It's ruinous for Ukraine. And it's, you know, Karina and I have done research there, and we have this question, which is a question about what's more important, saving the lives of young Ukrainians or getting back territories. And that we asked that question over a year ago, you remember. The Ukrainians are very divided on that, on that issue. And it's a real thing, and you know, so many lives have been lost. And so we need to have a debate about that.
Karina, do you there is a sense now, one could argue, that the Gaza war has exacerbated a tendency that the war on Ukraine was already there, where a ceasefire is considered something of a taboo. It's unpatriotic, it's hostile towards something. How would you react to such a statement?
Yeah, so recently I had several interactions in London with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and then in Washington, D.C. with representative of the Parliament of Ukraine. And each of these meetings started clearly with the position of, and government official position, there are no ceasefire, we fight until the victory. And this is official government position in Ukraine, it's clear, stated there. However, again, as we found in our research, people living through the war experience a lot of dilemmas. And for us, it's dilemma, it's like either or. For them, it's at the same time. And for this, we really have to acknowledge that people do want victories. They don't want to give up territories, because as we study, territory is sacred for them. They become more important than the life, but at the same time, they want to save lives of the people. What is really important is the war become perception of a just war. Ukrainians believe that they fight in war not only for themselves, but for the entire Western world, for entire democracy. And then they are in front line between good and evil. And this belief that the war is just, really given a lot of energy, a lot of support for it, but also somehow create negotiation not possible, because just world is where everything is resolved in a good way. And it's impossible for Ukrainians to perceive ceasefires like, okay, ceasefire now, this is Russian territory, this is ours. And I completely agree, and this is what my position was about, agonistic dialogue, and going step by step, multiply negotiation in a different way, concentrate exactly, as you told, on the process rather than on the immediate solutions. If you come with solutions to a negotiation table, it's failed. You have to come with an open mind, you have to come with open mind regarding process itself, going back and forth as a foundation. Let's look at the Minsk Agreement 1 and 2. And let's look at lessons learned from these agreements, why they failed. And we know they failed from one side because Ukraine requirements was to decentralize, create more federation, and we actually see voice creating it. Mayors in Ukraine play now much more role, bigger role than even government, and they more trusted because, for example, parliament have very low level of trust. So let's go into that, and again, there are lessons learned on the Russian side, why they didn't accept. So let's look into lessons learned from this, from Turkish negotiation, and start building step by step instead of coming with solutions which will never work.
Christian, did you have a comment to this?
Yeah, just a brief comment. I mean, I'm somebody who has followed the war in Afghanistan for the past more than 20 years, and just like Julie made the point that the Gaza war and the Ukraine war can't be compared, I'm not arguing that the Afghanistan war is a comparable case. But there is one thing that I have taken away from studying the Afghan war and the peace process that ended up in the US-Taliban agreement in late January 2020. And that is that we weren't from the alliance's side at any point capable of synchronizing the military and diplomatic efforts. So basically, the diplomatic efforts took over in 2018, and we gave up on the military effort simultaneously. Despite the fact that everybody talked about military-civil coordination and synchronization throughout 20 years, that was never the case. And I suspect that the kind of discourse that we find ourselves in, and certainly the Ukrainians, and it's impossible not to have enormous respect for the sacrifices that the Ukrainians are making. So this is a hard thing to say. But in the absence of a more open debate within Ukraine itself, it's going to be impossible to get to a place where you are maintaining the military effort while simultaneously starting to explore genuine diplomatic solutions. So the risk is that you end up in a situation a little bit similar to the Afghan one, where the military effort speaks so loud that it quells the diplomatic effort until finally one day you just abruptly have to admit that the military effort is not going to bring us to where we need to be, and then the diplomatic effort take over. But the military pressure is off, so you're in a much weaker negotiation position. And that's one of my key concerns where we find ourselves today. And as I said earlier, it may be that that's something we'll see just in a few months' time. It may be that it never comes to materialize, but right now I'm very worried about that prospect.
Anna, you have questions both from the audience and from myself. So it might be a long day for you.
Oh dear.
But I think looking at this intimidating clock that's ticking down, hopefully not towards anything else but the end of this panel. But Anna, a question here on where/who, if anywhere, in the top of the Russia regime would a pressure to settle for a compromise come from? And I'm assuming that this is about the situation in Ukraine, that the compromise, because if you talk about Russia-West compromises, there are so many different bowls to pick from. So,
I mean, this is a very tricky one. I wish I could answer it. I'll be honest, I can't. But I mean, seriously, I think that, again, the situation right now is such, there is a so-called party of peace. I think party of peace is a bad way to call it. It's more that there are people within the government who do not support the war, who do not think this was a great idea, and who are not enthusiastically backing it. We know who these people are. We can name them. This is the Prime Minister, Mikhail Mishustin. This is the Mayor of Moscow, Sergei Sobyanin. But at the same time, you start looking at them as people who are potentially, who could, be in the opposition, and they suddenly lose their advantage. They lose their influence, and they lose their access and trust of Vladimir Putin. So I think that is, it's too early to even raise this question, because right now the authoritarian system is so consolidated by fear that there's really only one person making these decisions. That does not mean that he's not influenced by others, but he's influenced by them in a very strange way. It's not that people are there trying to persuade him of, don't do this, do that. It's people are there who are trying to guess what he wants. That is a very difficult, corrosive, and unpredictable environment to be operating in politically, and that's why I think we can't really answer this question right now. I think that down the line, in many cases, Putin has changed a lot. I think that it's important to realize that if we look at his 23-year reign, this is not the same ruler. He's had completely different iterations. He changes his mind all the time. The notion about, you know, invasion, there was, if you look back to 2014, this is when people expected, the backers of the Novorossiya project, the backers of an aggressive policy towards Ukraine, this is when they expected that he would invade. This is when all the conditions were favorable for him to do so, and yet he did not. 2022, when nobody expected him to do this, when even some of the military, the pro-war, pro-Novorossiya, you know, aggressive hawks thought that this would, you know, they just didn't see how this was possible, he did it then. So I think that this is, again, it's, you know, it's a person prone to changing his mind and prone to reacting to opportunities. And I think that when we assume that he has decided everything the day he was born in 1952, we really set him on, you know, we ourselves cut out potential for compromise.
Thank you. There are several questions outstanding here that we won't be having the time to answer. So I was going to ask you, Jared, but you will unfortunately not have the time to answer this question, but I suggest everybody can discuss it over coffee while you have a 10-minute break. And that's the very easy one. Will the Ukraine war and Israel-Palestine war divide Europe and the US, especially, and this is also very fatalistic, when Trump wins the next year election? So with that, I think, please, before you get your coffee and discuss this topic, join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Hello, everyone. We're now getting into the last panel, which is in two parts. The subject is the future of the relations between Russia and Europe, between Europe and Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. The first part is a keynote speech by Karina Korestelina. I was just rehearsing it. Karina Korestelina from George Mason University, where she's a professor. And we will now dive into her research. The topics that she will talk about is the question whether Ukraine is a part of the West now, and is that acceptable to Russia? Another question is how Ukraine itself defines its position between the West and Russia, in the middle, where is it? And also, last point, what can the West do? What can we do to help Ukraine moving towards us more efficiently? Thank you, and please welcome Karina.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. So there is some structural violence incorporated in academic world. You study your topic for years, and then you have luxurious 12 minutes to speak about it. So that's what I will be covering today. Very quickly again, as already was introduced, I speak how Ukraine positions itself, how Russia positions itself, and the most important, what we can do and how we can help Ukraine. So let's start, what does it mean for Ukraine to be part of the West? Yes, we clearly see there is an overwhelming support. Some of them on Ukrainian, I will read, overwhelming support for, first of all, for membership in European Union. First ring is Ukrainian diaspora, and second, Ukrainian people in Ukraine. You see strong support, similarly, support for NATO among both groups. However, we also see very strong support after the war started. It's really related to position of Ukraine within the war, And if we ask Ukrainians, what does it mean, why you want to be part of European Union and NATO, it's actually showing us very interesting. They want security, economic development, and democracy, rule of law, and position within Europe stands on the third place. And this also showing us, then they put in a choice, what they want better, more, European Union or NATO. We clearly see NATO, which is blue, prevail. So it's a security need, which is first for Ukraine in this case. So how Ukraine positioned between West and Russia? This is showing us that clearly Ukraine already made a choice. There are very few, 1 to 2% of people who still want to join Russian Union. And we also clearly see here that European identity on the rise and prevail among people. However, we see spaces where Russian cultural identity still there. It's not a lot, but still there. And it's very important to recognize because as a social boundary between Russian state and Ukrainian state, it's a very strong social boundary. You see it's real on the rise. We also see very strong moral boundary. Russians people perceived as less moral, and Ukrainians perceived as people who have better views of the world and better morals. But if we ask about symbolic boundary, it's differences in values, traditions, cultures, then we still see that there are some cultural representation of Russian culture in Eastern Ukraine. And this is a result from what Gerald Toll and me conducted twice recently in Eastern Ukraine. So it's very important to recognize difference between Russia and the state and Russian culture. Even in our interviews, people will strongly say, I hate Russian state. I don't listen to Russian media, but I still have some presence in the Russian cultural space. This is a very interesting question, how then people celebrate Christmas, on December 25 or on January 7. And you see still around 17% celebrate on 17. And of course, there is always 21% celebrate both. So what it shows us? Yes, strong national identity in Ukraine. But what the main question for us to understand is if Ukrainians develop ethnic meaning of national identity in response to Russian ethnic meaning, or should it really develop liberal meaning of national identity in response to authoritarian Russia? And unfortunately, we see in many cases tendency to create Ukrainian meaning, prevalence of one language, prevalence of one identity over liberal meaning. However, if we ask Eastern Ukrainian people in Eastern Ukraine, what do you prefer? We see that they are not really agree completely with ethnic meaning. They really prefer independent of ethnicity, language, and culture, which is civic meaning, or multicultural meaning. And they also against completely wiping of the history, and I will address it in a second. So how Russia positioned Ukraine? It's already was told today a lot, so just few points. Orange Revolution, Maidan perceived as a Western invasion, as a threat. The whole meaning protection of Russian population, because some moments of very rare nationalist or Nazi parades or representation of against Russians presented in media, so we need to defend. Putin administration also completely deny Ukrainian identity and stress denazification of Ukraine. And we see it in this Z idea, that everyone united, we support our people, our Russian people, and the symbolism of World War II is really present here. This is very important to understand. Russia systemically destroys Ukrainian heritage, specifically targeted to destroy cultural representation of Ukraine. According to UNESCO, 327 sites. According to Cultural Heritage Monitoring Lab in Washington, D.C., more than 1,500. Very negative perception of Ukraine among Russian people. And they expect that they will worsen in the future. So they also see Ukraine as completely related to NATO, and they do support, there is a strong support again, based on opinions. As we discussed, it's not always representative. So can Russia impact dynamics in Ukraine? And why? Because Ukrainian, if you look at the map, which is very important, shows that Ukraine became independent in 1991. It means it's come from very different cultural and ideological spaces, while green part was a part of Russian Empire and Soviet Union. All these orange other parts were joined Ukraine as a part of Molotov-Ribbentrop, as post-World War II, and then Crimea were given to Ukraine in 1954. So it's completely different spaces which lead not to ethnic, not to linguistic, but ideological divisions. And this is one representation where veterans of World War II were brought as a power marches with red flags to Western Ukraine and were beaten by nationalists. It's one of the examples. So what we see here, there are 5 major narratives in Ukraine, which represent dual identity narratives, that Russian Ukrainians are to brotherhood, but Russians are better. Pro-Soviet, this is the golden age of Ukraine. Fight for Ukrainian national identity, then everyone should speak only Ukrainian language, and if you don't like it, go to Russia. Recognition of Ukrainian identity, where belief that everyone happily ever assimilated, and Romanian and Hungarian minorities do not need to learn their language. And multicultural civic, very small idea of civic meaning. So if we present Ukraine as only one narrative, we have this picture instead of that. So we do need to clearly understand multiplicity of different views in Ukraine on that. And it's also shown us that if we go regionally, support for NATO and support for economic unions differ. We see differences between West and the East. And next slide, the same. This is NATO, joining NATO. Again, see the difference between West and the East. And we really have to acknowledge there are several factors. It's Russian propaganda, no question. Still Russian spaces there. So it's really more complex. We could not just put one label, one or another on it. So if Ukraine ready now, and how we support it. Yes, Ukrainians expect NATO to acknowledge and approve Ukraine, 56%. However, when we ask, do they want to join NATO or support their Ukrainian interest, 60% of people told we first of all have to defend interest of Ukraine. And if they're ready, actually, 43% believe that Ukraine still need to pursue reforms. Which reforms? As you see, number 1, corruption. Number 2, ICC and like International Criminal Court. Economic support. So we see this very important parts where Europe should step in and help Ukraine to become West. But there's one also important point which I want to show here. There are very different approaches how Ukrainians see different groups, how they see minorities, how they see people who are now currently relocated, people on occupied territories, which will create a lot of problems. For example, here, 52% believe there will be conflicts between people who will be returning from Europe back to Ukraine. We also see that 45% feel that they have discrimination based on language. So will Russia accept it? And 1 minute, right? So what we see here is that if, again, according to opinions in Russia, special operation, it's not the main in their minds. First is economy, corruption, and it's number 3. And not a lot of people overwhelmed with that. Also, if you look how people follow situation around Ukraine, we clearly see declining from March 22 to May 23. Very significant declining if you look. People start less and less following it. But, however, what is important that they strongly connect winning in the war with future of Ukraine. If we win, great future. If we lose, we completely lose in everything. And moreover, they clearly see that Russia should defend its great power status. This is the major position, expectation from the war. So what we see here is that this war is really war of competing, of justification, an idea of the just war, while Ukraine is really fighting the war of decolonization and what liberty and democracy. Russia is able to position it as a war of historical injustices. Crimea was ours, our territory was there, it's the West who is trying to take it from us. So this where, as I told before, we need to really bring open spaces, and a lot of people in our panel told we really need to open spaces to have this ability to discuss how we can deal with this representation. It's from our perspective as asymmetric war, but it's also very asymmetric war from the Russian perspective. So how to find a space where we can find very small, just open the very, very first small window into the way how we can progress into the way to stop this particular war. And I'm over. Thank you. So we stay.
Thank you very much for this very interesting research and polls and answers and opinions. And as we know, opinions change. Especially opinions may change in the dramatic times that Ukraine is living through. And could you say something about that? How opinions have changed towards the West, as we've also listened to voices of disappointment, and also how if opinions changes now that the war is at a stalemate in Ukraine, or seems to be at a stalemate.
Yes, so thank you very much. What happens, because I study war dynamics and dynamics of peace processes in multiple countries. I just finished the analysis together with Harvard University of 15 peace processes and complexities and lessons learned from it. One of the lessons learned from effect of the war is homogenization of society. It's silencing of all alternative voices. Not only in authoritarian states, thank you, was wonderful presentation about Russia, but it's also happening in states which are affected, which are victims of invasion. And this homogenization of voices, we see it in Georgia, for example, currently. We see it in Rwanda, where we know that it's Tutsi really controls the narrative, and Hutu could not tell it because it's considered genocidal ideology, right? So we see this very complex situation that homogenization do not allow alternative voices and do not allow people to speak about rights of minorities because it's considered immediately influence of Russian propaganda. Or it doesn't allow people to speak about peace because it's considered weakness, or again, maybe part of the Russian propaganda, while peace process does not give Russian territories. Peace process is very complex, being ready to actually support position of Ukraine in a way instead of given it up. So when we'll clearly see now that there are some voices, for example, Minister of Defense told that we at stalemate, but he was silenced immediately, very aggressively in Ukrainian society, where we see some ways where people start developing this ways toward some negotiations. There are several initiatives, one in Berlin, where 40 women from Ukraine, 40 women from Russia speak together, but they don't even allow their names, right? Because they should be protected in both societies in this case, because they're speaking about peace. Again, what they speak is just where we can find the spaces of some solutions. It's, again, solutions in Ukrainian war doesn't mean giving up territories. It's really finding creative opening spaces. And unfortunately, what happened with this homogenization, a lot of voices will be silenced. And this should concern us as European and Western societies to really bring liberal, open, shared society conceptual idea to Ukraine.
You talked about, in your speech, about the purity or Ukraine going in an ethnical way instead of the liberal way that you also mentioned now. And what you also talked a little bit about what the West can do. What is our role like? What is our responsibility here for Ukraine to, whenever the war is over, to respect the liberal values and human rights in its territory?
Yeah, so very good question. Exactly, this moral purity is very important part of any war dynamics. It's become really clear idea who is morally pure, who is on our side, and who is dirty or evil. And there are even discussions now in Ukraine, you have to come and cleanse yourself because you somehow told some wrong things about it. So this idea is really important because what we talk where European society can help. And because European societies were able to really develop the civic meaning of national identity. And my analysis of 15 peace processes showed that if countries after the war promote civic meaning, it means that everyone have equal access, equal right to the nation. Doesn't matter what language you speak, what your ethnicity, what your religion, we horizontal comradeship of people. If society embraces these ideas, that peace process sustained. If countries try to develop ethnic, they failed. If they try to develop multicultural, still there are a lot of social boundaries remain and exclusion, patterns of exclusion and inclusion remain in societies. Moreover, if we given some autonomy and opportunities for minorities to exist, the only way for them to be sustained is, again, if we have the civic meaning, equality among all citizens. So this is lessons which countries like Norway learned very, very well. And this is what Europe can help Ukraine to emerge in itself. Because the most important of us, we really believe that Ukraine will win. We're really doing everything for Ukraine to win. So we also want to help Ukraine to emerge as a powerful liberal state rather than 19th century ethnic state.
Finally, before time is out, you also research opinions within Russia. Is there, of course, now that there's a brutal war going on, the Ukraine has, or people in Ukraine, scholars, academic writers, have not been very willing to except from the 40 women meeting each other, has not been very willing to meet and talk and discuss. Is there, what can, I asked you, what can West do? What can Russia do? Is there anything Russia, and including the civil society, to do to be able to open a conversation with Ukraine and with people in Ukraine?
Again, the problem with both Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine a little in a better space for civic society, but there are no vibrant civic society in those spaces. Which Ukraine has, it has very strong volunteerism. Everyone somehow, this is what the source of resilience of Ukraine. Strong volunteerism, everyone is doing everything. Are they united by civic society? Not really. There are very few civic society organizations, and we know there are, in Russia, they are all under pressure and control. And in peace processes, it's civic society which creates this open spaces. So I would really think about more this option, like for example, Donetsk dialogue across the line, where online people were able to participate, opening spaces for people, opening spaces for civic society to finding solutions for that. And in the research which we conducted again with Gerard, what we found that while Ukrainian people hate leadership, Russian leadership, and hate Russian military, they express less hate. There is a huge, significant difference between hate and fear and other negative emotions toward Russian people. At least it's opening some space for future negotiation.
Thank you, Karina, and looking forward to following your research further on. And with that, I will introduce the next panel. You can come up, you know who you are.
I can?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hardly in history has there been less contact between Russia and Europe, Russia and the West, even during the darkest days of the Cold War. Now, economic cooperation has been drastically reduced. Needless to say, there's no military cooperation. There are sanctions. There's next to nothing when it comes to cultural exchange, scientific exchange, educational exchange. I was recently in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and it's a strange feeling to go around the Winter Palace and there's not one Western tourist. Nor at the Red Square, but the Red Square was sealed off anyway, so there was no one there at all. But where are we heading in the cooperation between the West and Russia? That is the theme of the last session. And I would like to present Sergei Utkin from the Southern University of Denmark, Kristin Haugevik from NUPI, and then there is, just to pronounce right again, it is Felix Kravacek from Center of Eastern European and International Studies in Berlin. And then lastly, there's Daria Korolenko from OVD Info, who works with civil society and media. So I'll sit down again. And I would like to start with Sergei Utkin, because you've been studying this in depth, also when it comes to a specific relationship between Russia and France, Russia and Germany. But I would like to ask, is there a united European opinion, united European front here, or is there a crack? Do different European countries, do they relate to Russia differently and to the war? Thank you.
The European Union is famous for being united in diversity, so I think this is not even something that you want to fix. You want to enjoy this diversity, and this spreads also to political issues. Of course, it's not like you have exactly the same approach among European countries to such a complex issue as Russia and conflicts related to it. But on the other hand, I'd say the consensus in the EU on the sanctions, in spite of criticism, in spite of the fact that you have a number of countries that are even openly criticizing the sanctions, it has been remarkable. So you still have decisions on sanctions adopted by consensus of EU countries. And this is not a very low common denominator. You know, there's this concept of lowest common denominator, which helped people analyze common foreign policy of the European Union for many years, sort of saying, well, it all is shaped in accordance with the views of the country that is the most skeptical, the least ambitious, because it also has to be satisfied, and then you come up with this lowest common denominator solution. But the sanctions regime is quite bold, and I think in comparison to what many people expected on the part of the EU as a possibility in case of such a dramatic conflict, it's more than most people awaited from the European Union. But the question is then where to go from here. Okay, you do have this consensus, you do have measures adopted by European countries together, but what could be the next step? And you know, we do not live like in a world where you have the West, Russia, and then the vacuum around. You referred to this experience of yours not seeing Western tourists in the Winter Palace. Well, maybe you saw Chinese tourists and
Arab tourists. The Chinese were under Corona, but lots of Arab tourists.
Arab tourists. Yes. In any case, you know, there are more and more infrastructures, tourist infrastructures in Russia that get adapted to the needs of Chinese tourists, and you do have tourist groups, more and more of them, and also other parts of the world there, of course. They don't feel they have reasons, be it political or logistical, not to travel to Russia. So this claim on the Russian side that there's a world out there that it still can connect to, it is not completely empty. You cannot substitute the economic weight of the West and the weight of the West in terms of ownership of various know-how like high-tech with other countries. Well, China to an extent you can, but beyond that it's difficult. But of course you cannot claim that Russia is completely isolated, and Russia is trying also to prove the same inside the European Union, to reach out to those few governments that are still ready to talk to Moscow, and it finds interlocutors. You can even claim that the number of those interlocutors is growing. The question is, though, whether this affects this Western mainstream in any meaningful way, because I think the West actually does have a plan B in case there's one or two countries that say, well, we don't want to support the sanctions regime anymore. Then you will have a sanctions regime that I'm pretty sure they have to react strongly to the war and all the consequences of it. So in this sense, you know, I can imagine that it will not be easy for the European Union to remain united, but I can hardly think of a scenario when the whole consensual vision in the EU of the war in Ukraine and of the policies towards Russia would just collapse, and you'd have every country taking its own way vis-a-vis Russia. I think countries of the EU, they actually feel that when they come together, they are stronger and they are able to pursue policies they wouldn't be able to do on their own. And the same happens within the Atlantic Alliance. I mean, we focus at this point on the EU, but the unity of NATO is also remarkable. You also have countries that take their own path. Turkey is the case in point, but the abilities of NATO to demonstrate that it is still the defense lines that is possible to rely on for its members is also what was not guaranteed and what you see these days. So it's hard to deny that NATO presence and NATO membership is actually respected or, well, taken into account also by Russia, that is constantly criticizing the alliance and is seeing it as an adversary, but still it has to take into account that NATO membership matters. And I expect that these institutional structures of the West, they will matter also in the future, in spite of all the difficulties that are related to maintenance of this unity.
Thank you. And talking about different areas, we're going over to Kristin Haugevik. You have studied the High North, Nordic countries and the High North. How does the situation look differently from Sweden, Finland, new NATO members, and also from the Norwegian High North? How is, our Prime Minister Støre said that the High North is an area of low tension. Does that still prevail? Russia is withdrawn from the Barents Council and they're suspended from the Arctic Council. How is it up here and further up?
Yes, well, if we start with sort of group level and take a bird's eye perspective, then I think we could say that the Nordic region as a whole have changed their approaches to Russia collectively over this last couple of years. In early 2022, I published a study together with colleagues at the Nordic Foreign Policy Institutes, and we found striking similarities in terms of how the Nordic governments spoke about Russia, how they saw their most important partners, what kind of threat perspectives they emphasized, and so on, including then in their approaches to Russia. And of course, in the 1990s and the 2000s, as the foreign minister also emphasized in his speeches, there were many initiatives towards collaboration, and you mentioned many of the most important ones, the Arctic Council, the Barents Euro-Atlantic Council as well, and many of these fora which were specifically not about security, but they served to keep relations between the Nordic region and Russia and sort of help them move on to other areas, although security was not specifically addressed. And then, of course, we talked about that earlier today as well. It's difficult to set the exact year, but around perhaps 2008 and onwards, and then especially from 2012 when Putin was re-elected as president, 2014 when Crimea happened as well. From this time onwards, we see a lot of Nordic convergence also in terms of their individual foreign and security policies, where Sweden and Finland, as you rightly mentioned, have had a different approach than the other Nordic states which have been NATO members. And so we see that all the Nordic countries are reacting more and more similarly, and of course after Russia's attack on Ukraine, they had very, very similar policies, also before Sweden and Finland decided to apply for NATO membership. That said, there are some, I think, interesting differences and nuances in terms of how the individual Nordic countries have approached Russia and how they see sort of relations with Russia more broadly and beyond perhaps also the ongoing war in Ukraine. And one of those factors relates to, of course, the fact that the Nordic countries are very different in terms of how they are positioned in relation to Russia. So 2 share a land border with Russia, Norway and Finland, and 3 do not, Denmark, Sweden and Iceland. And this, of course, makes it very different in terms of managing the everyday relations that you talk about, the dialogue and the potential for being in conversation with one another. And of course, also they have very different historical experiences and paths, with Finland, of course, standing out as the country that was under the most sort of restricted room for maneuver in its relations with Russia. And in the Norwegian context, I think it's very interesting to see how the balance between this traditional idea of deterrence versus reassurance has been changing in the debate following the invasion of Ukraine. And also how that is perceived in the other Nordic countries, because there we do see some differences. And last week I was in Finland with a good colleague, and we gave a talk at a very interesting conference about Finland and Norway in a changing world. And we see that the whole idea of reassurance, which in the Norwegian context in these days simply means being a predictable neighbor, sort of signaling, and through the fisheries agreement, the search and rescue initiatives, the border management, and so on, Well, in that debate, it's perceived very differently these days, because reassurance could also be seen to mean sort of reaching a handout or being in diplomatic dialogue, which in many parts of the world seems very unlikely and not something that is wanted. So I think we do see some Nordic differences at the moment in terms of perhaps the long-term relationship with Russia and how and the degree to which it's possible to imagine a future where one opens up again, perhaps sits down around a table and see if there are potential for further cooperation. And that, I think, is very different in the Nordic countries these days. And then, of course, since this is also about the dynamics and the words and how they matter, I think we see changes on the Russian side as well, where the Nordic region, I think back in the day, used to be considered a very different type of region than it is today. The war in Ukraine means that Russia is occupied elsewhere, so there hasn't been, I think Russia's representation of the Nordic countries is different than it was only a few years ago, where the Nordic countries too are seen as countries that are very much aligned with NATO policies, very much connected to US intentions towards Russia. And I think that changes the whole dynamics.
So the special relationship is not so special any longer.
It is at least, I think, paused in many respects. I think it's interesting, and as you mentioned, the collaboration forums, I think it's interesting that Russia has decided to pull out from the Euro-Atlantic Barents Council, but it has not done so in relation to the Arctic Council, where it is currently suspended, but it's keeping that possibility still open. And I think that could be interpreted as maybe an intention on Russia's part to engage in this forum further down the road. And perhaps it matters too that the United States and Canada are also part of the Arctic Council, which makes it also an important forum for Russia to be engaged in.
Felix, of course, the goal for, the reason for this lack of relation and cut of relation and sanctions is to put pressure on Russia to end the war. But one consequence of the cut of relation is also all the people who fled from Russia or left Russia because either their jobs closed down, they worked in Western firms, or they realized they didn't want to live in Russia any longer. You've been studying migrants, young Russians, and what role, like how many are they, what substantial, is it a real brain drain, what is the effect of this, and what role can those who've left their country now, recently, or some time ago, play for the future of relations between Europe and Russia?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very big one. And we had a lot of conversations over the last month in Berlin, and some of the policy interlocutors that we've been talking with, they told us that the Russian migrants, they are the brain of the democratic force of future Russia. And I always wondered, as a researcher, where they got these insights from, because I did not see that reflected in either behavior nor attitudes. And at my institute, we've just finished a large round of surveys in 2 Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, 2 countries of the South Caucasus, Georgia and Armenia, and in Turkey, face-to-face surveys. So we stop people on the street and we ask them if they've got 2 minutes to speak with us about their political and social attitudes. And then they get a number of questions about where they stand politically. And I think these insights, they correct some of the kind of maybe wishful thinking that some of us have projected onto that room. Because on the one hand, yes, they are all young. They are way younger than the Russian average age. So to give you 2 examples, the Russian mean age is at 39 point something. The mean age among those that we surveyed in Armenia and Kyrgyzstan is at 33, and it's at 36 in Georgia and Kazakhstan. So well below the Russian average age. That's kind of sociodemographically what you would expect. That's confirmed in the data. They're also much more urban, so it is this brain drain phenomenon. It's the better employed people, sometimes in IT positions, but not across all fields. So the IT sector is overwhelming in Armenia. That's where we've got nearly 50% of those that are in our sample who work in the IT sector. So they were in full-time employment, often from Moscow and Petersburg. But that's where the diversity starts. The situation looks very different in Central Asia and even in Turkey. So in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, we've got a huge share of people in the production sector, in trade, manual labor. And why do I kind of preface this? Because the socioeconomic differences between those who've left the country also correlates hugely with their political outlook. So we find the liberal, Western-oriented, yes, Russia invaded Ukraine and the special military operation is criminal and is wrong. We find that attitude in Armenia, but we're very hard-pressed to find it in Kyrgyzstan, in Kazakhstan. We also find it very difficult to identify those people in Turkey. So instead, what we see is, to give you an example, in Kazakhstan, for instance, that responsibility for the war is attributed to the US and to Ukraine. So the Kremlin narrative travels even to those who've been so frustrated within Russia that they left the country. And what we find in Turkey is a slightly different version, namely that Ukraine doesn't even have any agency. So the guilt of the war among the respondents in Turkey is attributed to the US and to NATO, but not to Ukraine. So this is quite a contrast between these two regions. When it comes to what should we expect from that group, first thing important to underline, I mean, very often these are young people who have their families still back in Russia, who find themselves in a situation where they're not necessarily welcomed in their country of residence. Very often there are huge clashes on the housing market, but also when it comes to values. Especially in Armenia, I think that's quite illustrative. These young people are very liberal, for instance, supporting homosexuality. We have that question. It's somewhere around 80% of the Russians in Armenia who are supportive of homosexual relationships. You place that in the context of Armenia, where 95% of the population oppose homosexual relationships. So you've got a clash for the Russian migrants with their country of residence. That is, I think, very bad news when it comes to political activism, because what we also see in the data that we've now generated is they don't feel entitled to talk. They don't feel that there is a legitimate space to act as a Russian. And as a result, the desire to protest or even a belief in the idea that protest might matter for what the world thinks about Russia is actually fairly low across all of these countries. And I think there's this important interplay to what the receiving context wants to offer to the Russian migrants and what then the Russian migrants do in their country of new residence.
Daria, you have contacts with those who stayed behind, those who are in Russia, who still work in Russia, even on human rights, on issues that are supposed to happen under the surface in Russia. How you yourself, you have left the country, but how is it possible in this climate where relations are cut, it's hard to travel between West and East, how are you able to work with your colleague in over the info and what are you able to achieve in Russia, inside of Russia now?
Yeah, thanks. So we, a little brief introduction, we do the monitoring of the human rights violations in Russia for, I think, almost 12 years now, and we provide free legal help to those who protest or do express their anti-war opinion, and we still have more than 300 lawyers on the ground in Russia who help the people persecuted, and we have a lot of colleagues still in Russia, and actually every time I get asked this question, I want to emphasize that the Russian civil society is not an empty desert, that Russia is not left without any people who protest. There are it would be impossible to work on what we do if there would be no one left in Russia. There are activists, there are human rights defenders, there are people who help political prisoners also to escape Russia. There are people who help forcibly deported Ukrainians in Russia, help their relatives to locate them in Russian prisons. There are a lot of new organizations that emerged after the February 24th. And I think that in Russia, we witness, I think, every day we witness at least one new criminal case opened against the person who expressed their anti-war position. The number now is at 770 since the start of the war, and it's only criminal cases, so we have to have a huge network of people who are still in the country to get information, get the help to those people, and to get the information outside the country.
It's also the West who sometimes hamper your ability to work with people who are still in Russia. Do you feel a bit left behind by the West? I know you have many examples of colleagues who suddenly can't board the plane because they have the wrong visa, they can't travel because they have Russian number plates, so they're not able to go into Latvia or now even to Norway. Can you say something about that? Have we gone too far, even in some probably well-intentioned, but it's becoming almost like an anti-Russianness in this?
Yeah, well, in terms of meaning of this panel, of the future of Russian-West relations, it's important to understand that the most Western-oriented Russians were the ones who went away to the streets for years, even in 2021, where the Navalny came back, when more than 15,000 people were arrested, more than 200 criminal cases emerged. In 2021, the whole civil society was wiped up, and up until February 24th, Western leaders kept shaking hands with Putin, kept shaking hands with Russian ministers, and the Western-oriented Russians who protest, they saw it, they witnessed it, and they felt quite helpless. Nevertheless, they went out on the streets. On February 24th, they protested for 2 weeks straight, and then the protests emerged in other ways. As I mentioned, a lot of criminal cases, a lot of ways to protest. And what do these people who protest, who went out on the streets, who organized, etc., get from the West? They get blamed. They get the messages that you are all responsible for the war, that you are all barbers, that you are all bad people, etc., etc. Every time the Western politics says something about that Russians are not welcome in his country, Putin and his propagandists are quite happy, because that's the narrative that they are feeding all Russians, that the West hates them, that they're not welcome. So the Russian activists are faced with the awful dictatorship at home, where they can be put in prison, and they're not welcome in the West either. And if they go to the countries like Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan or Georgia or Armenia, they can get arrested, as it already happens. Russian political prisoners get arrested in Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan and get sent back to Russia. And to get a visa to go to the West is quite hard. To get a bank account when you're in the West, to get a medical insurance, to get something to live with is close to impossible. So the people who are quite Western-oriented, who I believe to be the future of Russia, future of Russian-Western relations, are left alone with no country in the world able to help them. So of course they feel abandoned, of course they face a lot of practical difficulties, and of course I'm not comparing this to the difficulties of the Ukrainian people or refugees, but it's quite a large group of people that grows every day and that feels quite helpless facing the big autocracy that threats the world.
Sergei, you've been studying these relations and the Qatar relations, and if we now could, as the panel also is supposed to talk about the future, if you were the master here and found which Qatar relations are actually working and should be continued, which are just made for us to look good, to feel pure, and which should
you know, which relations ideally you think should be stopped? Like, what kind of cooperation do we actually need between Europe and Russia to move forward towards we actually, you know, we're geographically stuck in the same area?
I'd say we are in the situation which is just the opposite of any ideal. So we have to admit that this is what people would call the worst case scenario just a few years ago that is developing, not in front of us, but around us, and we are part of that. And in these very unfortunate circumstances, you have to find the way which cannot be ideal, because circumstances are just the opposite of that. You just have to figure out what is possible to save or to instrumentalize in a good way, and what is just hopeless. And in this sense, you know, I'm afraid unless we live through another political miracle like 1989 type in Europe, we are facing the prospect of a very long and deep divide between Russia and the West. So you have to adapt to this situation when elements of cooperation that were just natural a couple of years ago, even after 2014, after Crimea and all that followed, they will be impossible for the years to come. And then what do you do under these circumstances? I see that there is an ever stronger belief both in the West and in Russia that any economic interdependence is actually a liability for both sides. So they want to get as much independent from each other as possible. And I don't think this will change by much, although you still have some niche areas where, say, Russian raw materials are required in the West, or Western technologies somehow make their way into Russia, but there will be less and less economic cooperation. There's strikingly different views on norms and values, on security, what could constitute firm basis for regional security. Russia has one vision, which is like get the US out and accept our pretense that parts of Ukraine just decided to join Russia. And on the Western side, you have completely the opposite view, like the US presence in Europe is necessary and a necessary security guarantee. So, and a complete rejection of the Russian claims on the Ukrainian territories, of course. And one area, which is probably a reference to what Daria was just speaking about, where I think we have to have a closer look at what it is possible to save or to secure for the years to come, is the societal level. Because in spite of all the ties being cut, we still somehow have people-to-people interaction at a higher level than it existed during the Cold War. Back then, people just didn't feel any international communication was part of their life. Most people had no chance to experience that. Now you have the world where this is quite natural, but at the same time you have barriers, both motivated by security, motivated by all sorts of political infighting, also on the national level, that are sometimes incoherent. Sometimes they go far over the board and beyond what's rational. And to find the balance here, to figure out what you actually want to have on this societal level, I think it's important, because just to make it sort of, to highlight the extremes, of course you have a lot of shades in between, but to highlight the extremes, you have a position of people who say, look, after all those restrictions on Russia, we still somehow spot Russian tourists around. That's wrong. Let them all go to Russia and fight against their government so it stops waging the war in Ukraine. Now, this is sort of one vision, and by the way, shared by many in Ukraine. And I think, given what Ukraine is coming through, it's hard to blame them for the level of indignation that they express. And on the other hand, you have people who say, look, the more you have Russians coming to the West, interacting with the West, the better it is for the future, which may be somewhere beyond the political horizon that we can reach these days. But it is sort of a long-term investment. It's an ability to maintain this tissue of human connections and also potentially exchange of experience, know-how, and all that. But I don't think any of the extremes will win. There will be some point in the middle ground that will be chosen as a balance. At this particular point in time, it is fluctuating here and there, very irrationally sometimes, and you have even the European Parliament making the point, and the European Parliament is not the institution that you could accuse of being pro-Russian in any way and pro-Russian government, who are saying, well, probably we went too far a little bit on some restrictions when it comes to people just traveling individually from Russia to the EU. But to find this balance, to figure out what we actually want to maintain and what is necessary to stop because of security concerns on the societal level, I think this is one of the topics that probably should become a focus for authorities to agree on a vision which would be more coherent and more rational than the one that we witness these days, when it's like one country after the other stops Russian cars from crossing into the EU. Then one country decides that Russian cars should not even participate in traffic in this country, only on national level. In other countries of the EU, this decision is not taken. This is the kind of incoherence that is strange to see, and probably the EU will be addressing it.
What we also talk about a situation where the Russians are collectively guilty or seen as collectively guilty in this. And as a question to all of you is, there was a talk by the writer Mikhail Shishkin, who said that the only way out of this is for Russia to go down to zero and apologize to Ukraine for the war. And I don't really see that, having traveled around Russia. I don't really, people can be against the war, but I don't see the apology coming, because I don't really read the Russians as feeling that they're individually guilty for this. Can you say something about this? It was mentioned earlier that Russia needs to learn to find its position not from a position of strength, but from a position of something else. Can you all say something about, from your fields, how, is there an apology coming? Is there a personal responsibility, or is it someone else's fault? The war. Felix?
Sure, I can start. I mean, I see why one might find that morally very desirable, but it is also completely taken out of context. And I guess the historical reference there is maybe post-war Germany, where, yes, indeed, that happened. But we also should not forget that in post-war Germany, that took 3 decades, if not 4 decades, to actually be accepted on the society level. And we see now, where 80 years after the end of World War II, how fragile that consensus still is. So even an apology is no guarantee that we're going to have better future relationships with Russia. And so moving beyond the morals and kind of what do we see in society, I also don't see there being a social basis for that. I mean, the Russian state has been incredibly effective over the last 2 decades to depoliticize, in particular, the young generation. And for an apology, you need some interest in the political cause. You need an interest in political processes, or at least an acknowledgement that there is such a thing as politics that we can talk about. And the work that we were still able to do in Russia in the fall of 2021, we did focus groups in Samara and St. Petersburg with young people. And what I found absolutely striking there is this kind of disillusion about anything that is decided in the common sphere. Kind of everything that is about beyond my own family and my circle of friendship is nothing that I've got an impact on as a young person. And that relates to big power politics, but even on the local level. And so this idea of an apology, I think, assumes that the agents in Russia, and in my case, the young generation, but I think that travels beyond, have the impression that it matters what they are doing politically. And that I really don't see, especially in the young generation. And we also, kind of, if we want to read the polls closer, I think for the young generation, what I find striking when it comes to the situation in Ukraine is they don't follow. They just don't follow what is going on at amazingly high rates. They also don't support the war, but they also don't care. So what do we then do with their lower levels of support? I don't know. But what we certainly know, and that's what I said is backed up by these focus groups, is that there's this almost kind of lethargic attitude towards politics. And that is building on, I think, 2 decades now of patriotic education where young people are exposed to this one and the same discourse about how great Russia is, how fantastic its history is. And so there's an internal withdrawal from that world and a cynical relationship that develops. That also does not mean we should take these signs of staged approval of the Kremlin as being that is what Russian youth is. I think what we see, kind of these enthusiastic videos of people celebrating the operation in Ukraine or the war in Ukraine, I think that is totally staged, and we should be really careful to extrapolate to broader society. I think here the key point is more this withdrawal and just stay as far away as possible from politics. And therefore, to respond to your question, I think an apology would require a very different societal awakening, and I don't see an external actor being able to bring that to Russia, because it is just an incredibly large and still powerful country, and post-war Germany was not. And so a foreign aid actor could have had a very different space for maneuver, which I think is not going to be the case in the Russian Federation, unless we see a dramatic shift, but maybe that's a field that we also don't want to enter into, because that raises all other kind of problems.
So there we laid flat Mikael Siskin's suggestion. There is one question from the audience here, or several actually, so maybe before we move on, I think I'll just take that. So to be democratic oriented here from stage, it's about the sanctions. So it's like a little bit change of theme. It's to Sergei. Does the sanctions regime really work? Or does it work negatively, reinforcing and aggravating conflict motivation factors?
Well, there's quite some research on sanctions effectiveness, and the biggest question is, of course, how you assess these effects. What do you think are the goals of the sanctions? Because if you feel like the goal is to change the behavior of the targeted country, then this goal is very rarely achieved, if at all. But the goal is rather on the side of Western countries is to limit Russian abilities to continue with the war the way it does, to limit its resources, its access to technologies, and I think to an extent sanctions do create troubles for Russia economically, also the abilities to gain necessary technologies from abroad, access to banking services from around the world, loans. It's all affected, but of course on the Russian side you have a very strong claim made that in the longer run it just helps us to become more sovereign. What is not that proudly announced publicly on the Russian side is that much of this sovereignization at this point is possible thanks to the support of China, also in terms of technologies that get from there. And at this point, this is kind of ironic sovereignization that makes you dependent on another big international actor that is not necessarily looking eye to eye with you on developments all around the world and also in your bilateral relations. In any case, I'd say, it's just very hard to come up with an instrument that is completely different from sanctions, because sanctions is everything that is between the war and between making a strong statement. The situation we are living through is definitely not the one for strong statements and to sort of stopping at that. And on the other hand, you have Western governments very cautious in the sense not to be dragged into a direct military clash with Russia. So what's left is sanctions in this way or another. They will be adjusted, they will probably be, in some cases, modernized. And the big question that some people ask is whether some sanctions can also be lifted partially in case of some progress in conflict resolution. At this point, this question is rather a theoretical one, because there is no sign that the progress in conflict resolution is happening. But in the long run, you might indeed ask yourself a question whether lifting some sanctions can be made to a leverage in a process of negotiations, but, well, have these negotiations first. And given the complete inability of the sides to agree on a lot of issues, including one of the most burning ones, the territorial, I struggle to feel what could be actually the platform for negotiations if they take place one day.
For the High North, there are some special regulations about ports being open, and we all know about the Arctic cods that they're able to regulate. Would you have any views in continuation of what Sergei says about the sanctions, but in the areas that you study?
Not particularly, because I think what you say makes a very complete picture. In terms of the Arctic institutions, I think there are some interesting things to be said about the deinstitutionalization of diplomacy. So you mentioned earlier how the Arctic and the High North have traditionally been areas of, as Jonas Gahr Støre once put it, high north, low tension, and that has sort of been the story about how relations in the Arctic have unfolded. I think now, with many of the institutions not functioning and not being in play, there are a few formal fora, and I think that is something that worries me, at least, that the deinstitutionalization happens not only in the Arctic but also across all these multilateral arenas. So in that sense, I think there is reason to worry that we don't have forums where we can address these issues. And of course, diplomacy researcher James Dederian once said, diplomacy is the art of mediating estrangement. There seems to be a limit in many people's view that diplomacy shouldn't be about mediating antagonism. Of course, that creates a problem, because it means that we all of a sudden do not have any channels for communicating. So I think in order to avoid misunderstandings and gradual escalation, and you asked about this idea of an apology and whether that would be needed for relations to continue. And I think it would be dangerous to use that as or say that needs to be a premise for somehow down the road, once this war is over at one point in time, the apology may not come, and what do we do then?
Last question, a very good question from the audience here. It's for Daria and Felix. And it's about the future, so it's a good end note, and it's about responsibility, our responsibility, which is good to look at. And what would you, both of you, what would be your key advice for Norwegian policymakers, and let's add all of Europe, to support young constructive forces inside of Russia and in Europe?
I can start. When we're talking about people inside of Russia, I think one of the key messages to send to them, also when we're talking about, the future, I don't know, taking responsibility, apologies, etc., is to empathize with them. I know it can be hard, but you won't get an apology or you won't get a political agency out of the people whose political agency has been destroyed for the last 20 years gradually, with all the freedoms being wiped out of their hands, no associations, no assemblies, no freedom of speech, no even freedom of conscience. So to show these people that that they're not alone and that the future, and I hope and we all hope that the future of Russia lies within the reintegration in the West and international relations. So it's to be less, to be more empathetic towards Russians and to provide practical help to those Russians who are active, who are a part of civil society. This can be practical help in any forms, with easing up the visa regulations, easing up the opening of the bank accounts, talking to the airplane companies that still do not let people with Russian passport board, even if they have residence permits, etc., etc. There are a lot of practical things the West can do, and I think that to end up, the most important thing is to talk and to cooperate with the Russian civil society, because these are the persons and the organizations who know about what Russians think, what Russians feel, and what they can do the most. And the last thing is to pay attention that Russians do protest, because a lot of Russians who lost hope in any traditional ways of protest do untraditional ones, like lighting up the military offices on fire. And this is quite disregarded in the West, because this is not your usual picture of a protester with a sign, but that are the people who are desperate and who get 19 years in prison just for trying to express their opinion out of desperation.
Thank you. Felix, you get a very short last word, because time is actually out.
Sure. I'll be very brief. Just two very brief points. I mean, one is I think we need to make knowledge available to the people in Russia, despite all the barriers that exist, and to the Russians abroad. And by the knowledge, I'm thinking in particular about civic education. Because, I mean, as Daria has also mentioned, and these kind of 20 years of patriotic education, and particularly social sciences being so curtailed, I think there's a glaring gap here. And so the availability of knowledge is one thing that we can actually do. Supporting universities in exile, because Russian academics are fleeing, some. So what happens to them? I think universities in exile, also for the Russian students who now are abroad, are an important way to transition into their new countries of residence. And we need to somehow continue collaborating, at least through shared discussions in third countries, for instance. So make it more easy to organize a conference in Kazakhstan or in Turkey, where partners from the West and from Russia could travel, and that is still not without risks, in particular for the Russian side, if they get unpleasant questions from their superiors. But nevertheless, I think these spaces are extremely important, because now we are in a position that is worse than for most of the Cold War, where even academics find it very hard to talk to one another, where there's very little academic exchange, and I think that's something that we need to overcome, also because I personally think that academic sanctions are not the best foreign policy tool, and so therefore trying to work with the situation is something that, well, we can do, and we've got the money and the keys much more than the Russian side.
Thank you very much for this diversity of answers on a diversity of themes. I'm sorry if it was a messy leading of the conversation back and forth, but I think that is where we are. We are in a very messy place. It's about emotions, it's about economics, it's about history, it's about diplomacy, and we're just in the middle of it. And thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you so much. I'm featuring now as Kristin Fiesta, who is the wonderful leader of our research group, but unfortunately is not well enough to be with us today. And I would just like to say thank you very much. I must say I feel very grateful for this conference. Not because the prospects for our world are looking good. They are indeed looking very, very dark, and I think all of us understand it. but because we have been able to do something which is very necessary to keep hope up, and that is to at least do something with the professions we have and the knowledge we have, to continue to share it and be open and listen to different opinions. So I'm very, very thankful to all the presenters, including our foreign minister. And I would also like to say that we have made small bios. We have not introduced people with long, respectful lists from this podium, but you all have bios. And behind the people who have spoken here today is a wonderful list of publications, many years of work. So if you find their presentations interesting, please do Google their names and look at their publications. Then I would also like to thank the audience. Unfortunately, there has not been a lot of time, and many of you have sent questions, really good questions, and we have been pruning them because we wanted to have as a consolidated theme on the panels. But there are lots of good questions, also critical questions, which should have been addressed. And we hope that during the lunch, which we will have in the back, please grab any of the speakers, but let them have a bite of lunch first, and ask those questions. We do not want to censor them because we acknowledge that the picture is indeed very complex and we might have missed important points. So I would also like to thank our wonderful moderators. I would like to thank our funders, which are both the Research Council of Norway and the Norwegian Ministry of Defense. And then I would like to thank our communications department for making this extremely smooth and well functioning. I'm really impressed by that, and also by this place, Sentralen, for housing us. So then I would like to say that be prepared. In about a year's time, there will be a new Russia conference, the Russia Conference 2024. We have not quite landed on what the topic will be, but it will probably be on Russian-Nordic relations. So please return in about a year's time and follow the NUPI internet site for the invitations. Yes, so now we will give another round of applause to all our contributors and have some lunch. Thank you.